tough. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no.
I had a screw in my tire this morning and had to await AAA to come change my tire for me, so I am here now. Let me be seated. Ms. Silver, do you have something with us, or you're just here to observe?
I'm just observing on my cases call.
So, it was brought to my attention that there was some, camera footage of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos. We're not on the record. It was brought to my attention that there was some camera footage of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos being brought out from the back, yesterday, and, the photographers and videographers were, instructed there not to film him as he's coming out from the back. He's only be filmed once he's by council table. And if there's any further violation of that rule, then there will be no more recording in the courtroom. So please do not film the defendant when he's being brought into the courtroom, only when he's by council table. As he's approaching council table, as he's next to his attorneys, you can start filming there, but not from the back. Okay?
Understood.
If it happens again, there will be no more filming. Are we ready to proceed? Was there anything that we had to do this morning? Or is it all new? Okay.
Mr. Schlock knows.
So,
No, he's upset.
bring the jury in. Is it ready to go, Mr. Olson?
Yes, sir.
seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Calling case number 24-000535, People versus Michael Manuel Jackson-Bolanos on the docket today for jury trial in progress. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Elsey for the People.
Dominic DeGrazia on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Brian Brown on behalf of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos.
Good morning, Your Honor. Permanent Christian Motion P-82448, appearing as co-counsel on behalf of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos, who's present to my right.
And I do note for the record, Mr. Jackson-Bolanos is present, all counsel are present, and our 16 jurors have returned to us this morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and you may be seated. I do apologize for the delay in getting started this morning. I don't know if my staff told you, but I was backing out of my driveway this morning and discovered that my tire was low, and I actually had a nail in my tire, and so I had to wait for roadside assistance to come change my tire for me so I could get here. So hopefully it didn't delay us too much. So, Mr. Elsey, are we ready for your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people call Kevin Mull.
All witnesses come back behind the bench. Deputy. All witnesses come behind the bench and come to over here. You can take those ones. No, come around. Deputy. They come around behind the bench to come sit at the witness stand. New deputy. I'm sorry, sir, could you stop and raise your right hand?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
You can swing that microphone out before you sit down, if it's easier. And then once you're seated, hold it nice and close in front of you. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Kevin Mull, Kevinmull.
Ready to see?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury about the neighborhood that you live in?
Yes, it's called Lafayette Park. It is a group of townhomes, about 20 buildings that are oriented in a configuration to create a neighborhood.
And that particular neighborhood, is that in the city of Detroit, the county of Lane?
It is correct.
And how long have you lived in that neighborhood?
I have been there about 4 years.
And I want to take you back to the early morning hours of October 21st of 2023. Does that day have some significance to you?
It does, yes.
What were you doing when you woke up that morning?
My wife and I were dog sitting for a friend, so we had a dog in the house, and the dog woke me up to go outside, so I was in the process of taking the dog outside.
Okay, and did you take the dog outside?
I did, yes.
And approximately what time did you take the dog outside?
About 6:20 a.m.
And when you took the dog outside, did anything come to your attention at some point?
Yes, as I went out into the little park the meadow that's between my building and the building across, where normally we would walk the dog, I noticed something on the sidewalk at the building directly across from my unit.
And can you describe what you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, I saw an object there. It was still dark out and was rainy and misty, and I couldn't tell what it was. So as I made my way across the meadow, I eventually realized that it was a person that was lying on the sidewalk.
Okay, and can you describe that person's condition?
Yes, the person was laying on the sidewalk with their back towards me, and in what I would describe as a fetal position. And I noticed that right away that the person did not have any shoes on, which obviously was unusual for that location and the temperature and so forth.
Okay. Did you notice anything else about this person's condition?
Yes, obviously the person was not moving, so I called out, and as I got closer and heard no response, and it was very clear that that person was in distress based on, the lack of shoes and the position of the body and the state of the clothing.
Okay, did you see the person moving at all?
No movement.
Did you see any evidence of injury that
There was not immediate evidence of injury, but because the person was unresponsive, obviously I was very concerned. So I saw a spot on the body where on the person's back there was some exposed skin. The skin was blue, the feet were blue. I touched that part of the body to try to get some kind of reaction, and I immediately could tell how cold the body was.
And was there any reaction when you touched the body?
No reaction.
At the time that you saw the body, were you aware of who this person was?
I was not. I based on the condition, I immediately returned to my home and put the dog in the house and called for my wife to call 911, in which she did. When we returned, it was my wife that recognized her. I did not know her.
And what is your wife's name, sir?
Jessica Robinson.
And can you explain to the jury where the body was positioned relative to the closest building?
Yes. So the way the buildings are configured, there are 2 units side by side with 2 doors next to each other to enter the units, and there's a sidewalk approaching the unit. And she was laying more than halfway up the sidewalk, approaching those 2 doors.
And the night of October 21st, that night, did you stay at home that night in Lafayette Park?
I did, yes.
Did you hear anything that night?
I did not.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary that night?
I did not.
And your particular home, you said it was directly across from the building where you found the body?
Correct.
Did you have any camera on your home?
We have a ring, but it's not facing that direction. It's facing perpendicular, so it does not face that direction.
And when you touched the body, did you get any blood on you?
I did not.
Would you have had any reason to have your elbows or your back come into contact with the body?
I did not. I was at a distance and reached out, stretched out, and touched only the spot that the exposed skin had.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, you stated that it was a distance when you first observed an object, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't until you got closer that you were able to ascertain that this was the actual body, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it was not apparent to you at first that there was blood around this object, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated it was dark outside, correct?
It was still dark that morning, yes.
Okay. Now, what did you say when you approached this body?
I don't know the exact words, but something like, hello, excuse me, are you okay? Something along those lines.
Okay. And did you yell it? Did you say it in the same audible level as you're speaking right now?
Probably a little louder to, my impression was the person was sleeping. So it was, loud enough to that it would wake somebody up if they were sleeping.
Okay. And approximately how far were you away from the body when you made this statement?
10 feet.
10 feet? Okay. And when you didn't get a response, you approached closer?
I approached closer, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you touched an exposed area of the skin, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that would be her back area, correct?
Correct.
And that was closest to you upon your approach, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you checking for a pulse or just a reaction?
I was checking for a reaction.
Okay. Now, to be fair to say that you did not check for a pulse, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't check her neck area for a pulse, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Would it be fair if you had checked her pulse from her neck, you would have to reach down over her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would have to got closer to her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there's a possibility if you had checked her neck, then possibly your elbow would have came in contact with possibly her hair or something.
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay.
You don't have to answer that, sir.
Okay.
Now, you indicated that after touching her, you didn't get a response, correct?
Correct.
You then went home to your wife, correct?
Yes.
And your wife called 911.
Yes.
And while on the phone with 911, they instructed you to provide or attempt to provide CPR, correct?
That's correct.
And you refused to do so, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated her skin was cold to the touch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, approximately how far is your apartment away from her apartment?
50 yards.
50 yards? Okay. On any given night, can you hear what's going on in her apartment from your apartment?
Not if doors are closed.
Okay. And was your door closed that night?
Yes.
And you indicated that have you ever seen her before in this complex?
In passing, but never conversation or direct communication.
Okay. And when you saw her, was she always alone? Was she with an individual?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? And you indicated that your wife knew her. Did she know her well, from your understanding?
Fairly well.
Fairly well? Now, you didn't submit your clothing to the police, correct?
No.
Okay, so you don't know definitively whether or not blood could have gotten from onto your clothes, correct?
I'm certain it did not.
Okay, but you didn't analyze it yourself, correct?
Correct.
Okay, nor did you send it to the police, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions from the jurors? I don't see any hands from the jurors. Okay. Thank you, sir, for your time. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, write down on one of those sheets of paper in your binder. Deputy, if you could please get the note from the juror when it's ready. Counsel, approach, please. Counsel, please approach so we can go over the notes when it's ready. Sir, what was your reason for not wanting to do CPR?
It was very clear to me that she was deceased.
Any other questions based on that?
No, Your Honor.
No questions.
Any other questions from the jury? I don't see any hands. Thank you, sir. You may step down, follow the deputy back around the bench.
Thank you.
So your next witnesses,
Thank you, Your Honor. This time the people called Jessica Robinson.
truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Jessica Robinson, Jessica Robinson.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. The gentleman that we just heard from, Kevin Mull, who is that to you?
He's my husband.
And can you tell the jury what happened when you woke up on the morning of October 21st of 2023?
I can. So we were dog sitting for a friend, and our dog was downstairs, and she was getting whiny. It was early. And so we were deciding who was going to go let her out, and he said, I'll go do it. So he got up, got dressed, took the dog outside, and it was a number of minutes. He came back in, and he said, hey, Jessica, there's a...
Objection to hearsay.
I think it would qualify as an excited utterance or present sense of expression, Your Honor, if I understand what the answer is going to be.
I'll allow it.
Your husband came inside and he said something to you?
He did. He came inside. I was upstairs. It's a two-bedroom home. Came in the door. I could hear the door shut, and he said, Jessica, there's a body outside. And I said,
What did you do in reaction to him saying that?
yes. I said something like, oh my God, what do you mean? And he said, there's a body outside. And I said, we need to call 911.
And did you ultimately call 911?
I did, yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review an audio recording of the call that you placed previously?
I have, yes.
And I'm pulling what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 6. Is it your understanding that that recording is contained on this disc that's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 6?
That's my understanding.
And to the extent that you reviewed that recording, does that recording appear to fairly and accurately depict the actual call that you placed to 911 on October 21st of 2023?
It does, yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 6.
No objection.
People 6 will be admitted, and you may publish.
October 21, 2023, 06:24 and 52 seconds.
Is Victor in 911? What's the address of your emergency? It's 1368 Joliet Place. What's your immediate corner cross street? Lafayette and Rivard. Is this an apartment, flat or home?
Townhouses.
Tell me exactly what happened.
My husband was just out walking our dog, and he told me there is a person, potentially a body, laying on the sidewalk. He attempted to nudge the person, and they didn't move, and there's blood present, and the person's just laying there.
Is it on your block?
It's in our property, yes. It's on my neighbor's sidewalk.
And that's your neighbor's address?
Yes, I live across there's a little park here in the community. I live right here.
And where's the blood at?
Let me ask Kevin, where is the blood? On the sidewalk. On the sidewalk around the body. We'll go look again as well.
Okay. I want you to be safe.
Okay, we will, of course. There's nobody else around. It doesn't seem. We have security here on the property. We'll call them next.
I'm going to stop at about 2 minutes and 5 seconds. And at this point in the call, had you left your home yet to observed the body firsthand?
I had not. I was still inside.
Okay. I'm going to resume the call at 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay, I'm getting, I do have police requested, I do have to get EMS requested also to the location.
Okay. Yes, I understand. Kevin, can I give you another number to call? Can I give you another number to call?
Are you with the patient now?
No, we're still in our home across the street. We're putting our people back out.
How old does the patient look?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I cannot, the way the person is laying, I cannot see their face unless I, move the body. And all curled up in a ball, and the person's barefoot, and there's a lot of blood on the sidewalk around. It looks like there's possibly a younger woman that may be pregnant. I'm not sure.
Is a female?
I think so, just by what I can see. She's all curled up like in the fetal position in a ball, so it's hard to see.
Okay. Is she awake?
No, I prodded her to see if she would wake up, and no reaction.
Okay. Is she breathing?
It did not look like it. She looked somewhat blue.
She looked at blue.
Looked to be a little bit blue, skin cut, like bluish skin color. I'll go back over there in a moment and look closer, but
That's our security. That's the guy in the truck right here.
that's this guy that's there.
Will you try it again?
No matter what, this person needs attention. Otherwise, but
If there's a defibrillator available, since I want to get it now, and tell me when you have it.
okay. You don't think that I...
Yes. Yeah, ma'am. I'm not sure if that was for us. We do not have a defibrillator here.
Okay. That's fine.
Yes, this is an inside.
I'm sending paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Are you outside yet with her?
We're calling back outside. You can stand by for now. Kevin, can you repeat the other number? I have a copy. 313-656-2172. Okay, now we're walking back across the walk.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. I resident here in
Good morning. Hello. Good morning.
resident at Lafayette.
Oh, ma'am, she's not. Good morning. Hello. Okay, ma'am, she's not moving. There's blood on her hands.
Okay,
I'm going to stop at 6 minutes and 2 seconds. At this point in the call, where are you?
So our home is across the park, as I described in the call. We walked across the park, and we were approaching the person, the body.
Okay. And when you first approached the body, were you able to recognize who it was?
I could not. No, we came from. Her back was to us. The person's back was to us.
Okay. At some point later on that day, though, were you able to recognize who the body was?
I was. As Kevin and I were standing there, I walked around to the other side, and I noticed two things about the person that suggested to me I knew who it was. The first was she was wearing a jacket that had a logo on the back. It was Maccabees Basketball, a Jewish organization. And then what really suggested to me I knew who it might be was a hair clip in the person's hair that I did notice.
And who did you recognize it to be based on those items that you observed?
Yeah, I thought that it was my neighbor, Sam Woll.
And how well did you know Miss Woll?
So I face her building, so certainly see her coming and going from her home. Sam had lived there maybe 3 years. I'd actually talked to her about joining the board of our organization. It's a co-op, so we work together to run the community. I'm the president, so I talked to her about that. So I would say I knew her well as a neighbor.
And which particular unit did she live in?
Would you like me to say the address?
Yes.
Yes, it was 1366 Joliet Place.
And where did you observe her body?
On the sidewalk approaching 1368 Joliet Place.
Okay. And what's the positioning between 1368 Joliet and 1366 Joliet?
Yep. So the units all share one building. They're all townhouses, so they have front doors that face the sidewalk. 1368 is to the south of her unit, 1366. There's another unit, 1370 and 1368. They share a walkway. There's a landscape area, so to move from 1366 to 68, you would come out the sidewalk of 66, walk south along the shared sidewalk, and then walk back up this shared sidewalk between 1368 and 1370. So they were neighbor units, but they did not share a sidewalk.
Okay. And I have a couple of images that I want to walk through with you. How long have you lived in this neighborhood, first of all?
About 8 or 9 years.
And based on your experiences there, do you have some familiarity with the area and the surrounding area?
I do.
I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 3. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing you what's been marked as Proposed Exhibit 3. Is that just a drawing that gives sort of a general overview of the area surrounding your home and Ms. Woll's home?
It is, it does.
And would you say that fairly and accurately depicts that area?
It is accurate, yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 3.
No objection.
People's 3 will be admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So if we look at Exhibit 3, can you explain to the jury where Miss Woll's home would be depicted on this image?
Yeah, so it's marked as 1366, and that is correct. That's the building and where her unit would be.
Okay, and where would your building be located in this image?
So my building is the vertical rectangle behind the tag 1366, so it's over here.
Directly to the right of it?
Directly to the right, yes.
Okay.
It backs to Chrysler School.
And what is between the two buildings?
There's two things. The park, which I described, is the south half of what's between those units. It's a grassy area, one big tree, a little playground, and then the other half is a shared parking lot.
And do you see the box that is marked Chrysler School?
I see it.
Exhibit?
Mhm.
What does that represent?
That's an elementary school, and there's a shared path that goes from Lafayette behind our buildings up into Lafayette Park. But it's an elementary school.
Okay. And did I ask you to review a video that shows some of the surrounding area that we see here on Exhibit 3?
Yes, you did.
And that video, does that video fairly and accurately depict what that area looks like in general?
It does.
And does that show us the area sort of starting by near the school, going all the way into the walkway right in front of Miss Woll's building?
It does, yes.
And to the extent that you reviewed that video, would you say that that fairly and accurately depicts what that area looks like now?
It is. It's what it looks like.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 2. Is it your understanding that that video is on this disc that's marked as proposed exhibit 2?
That's my understanding.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 2.
No objection.
Equals 2 will be admitted.
Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And just looking at the image right now at the very beginning of the video for Exhibit 2, where would this be reflected on this particular map? What sort of area would we be looking at on this particular map on Exhibit 3?
So it's approximately where your mouse is. What you're seeing in the start of that video is the end of Joliet Street,
And so
facing toward Brevard.
Would that be this area right here?
That's the cars that you see. Yes, the video is kind of taken back from the sidewalk, but that's what you see in the start, yes.
Okay. I'm going to continue publishing Exhibit 2. Seconds into the video and go back to Exhibit 3 just to kind of reorient ourselves. At that point in the video on Exhibit 2, where would that be reflected in Exhibit 3?
Your Honor, I think he's kind of leading the witness with his mouse. He's hovering over the area where obviously he wants her to indicate that this particular video is being depicted in. He did that
Do you
earlier.
have a pointer or something where she could point it out?
I don't have a pointer, Your Honor.
May I stand?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, if perhaps you could stand.
You may not be tall enough over there, but you can step down and go
Okay,
see if
thank
you
you.
can point to it. The screen does go kind of high up and
I
then
see.
step down, so.
So in the video, what you see, you're right here. There's street parking right here, and that's the cars that you see here. It's right here.
Okay. And is there an additional parking area in addition to the street parking?
So there's street parking along Joliet. There's street parking here. There's street parking here. This is private parking for our community. There's actually a gate arm.
Okay. And I'm going to resume the video, Exhibit 2, at 48 seconds. Stop at 1:20 seconds. And again, just to orient ourselves looking back at Exhibit 3, can you sort of explain sort of the general route that we were just looking at that was being traversed in the video?
So again, the video started here. We've walked this way, and we're now walking down this sidewalk right here, and the cars that you've started to see are right there.
Okay. And resuming the video at 1 minute and 20 seconds. And so, stopping the video at 1 minute and 49 seconds, what are we looking at here at this particular moment?
Right, so now you're seeing the shared sidewalk with Unit 1366, Sam's unit, facing into the building.
Okay. And resuming at 1 minute and 49 seconds on Exhibit 2. And stopping at 1 minute and 59 seconds on Exhibit 2. Now, at this point in time on the video, are you able to see the area where her body, where you observed her body?
I would say it's very close. The area of the body was here on this sidewalk.
Okay.
Perhaps a little bit closer down here, but generally in this area, yes.
And resuming the video at 1 minute and 59 seconds. Stopping the video at 2 minutes and 37 seconds. And now, in this time frame, are you able to see more clearly where you observed her body?
I would say yes. I assume the body was right here, at where the intersection of the sidewalk and the main sidewalk and the sidewalk to the units is. So right here.
Okay, thank you. If you can have a seat again, I think we'll move on from here. I'm also holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 1. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And ma'am, handing you Proposed Exhibit 1. What is Proposed Exhibit 1?
It's a series of aerial maps, photographs of my neighborhood.
And do those maps appear to fairly and accurately reflect your neighborhood and the surrounding area?
Yes, they do.
And how many images are there in that exhibit?
There are 4.
And are those all just at different sort of points of zooming in or zooming out?
So they start with a very high overview and then zoom in closer to the property, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit Proposed Exhibit 1.
No objection.
People's one will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
You may.
Okay, and starting with page 1 of Exhibit 1, just to orient us, and you might need to get back up for this, I'm sorry. Could you point to where your community is reflected in that image?
Sure. The first one is easy. It's the green area with all the trees. I can point if.
Yeah, if perhaps you
Sure.
could point to it directly. Thank you.
So our neighborhood is this area here.
Okay. And where is downtown relative to that neighborhood?
Here, This is Campus Martius. The sports stadiums are easy to identify, so downtown is here.
Okay, and how about Midtown? Are you able to see any portion of Midtown on that? Map?
Yes, of course. So this is Woodward here, and this is Little Caesars up here, and so Midtown starts when you cross the freeway. So up into this direction, Brush Park, and then Midtown up here.
Okay, and moving to the second page of Exhibit 1, again, just to orient ourselves, can you point to where, are you able to see your specific building in this image, or the area of your specific building?
Yes, so the Chrysler Elementary School is here, and then my building is this one here, and then you see the tree canopy, and then this is the building across the way.
Okay, and moving to the third page of Exhibit 1, can you, I guess, point to, do you see Samantha Woll's building in this image?
I do. So it's here. You can actually see the rooftop through the trees. Again, my home is here. Chrysler Elementary is up there.
Okay, and then moving to the final page, just does that just bring us a little bit closer in?
It's closer. That's the building, yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat, thanks. Now, after you observed the body, did you make any efforts to try to figure out whether anyone else was home in the units adjoining to Miss Woll?
I did. I attempted to contact multiple neighbors in that building.
Okay, and based on the efforts that you made, were you able to determine whether anybody was home in the units directly next to hers?
They were not home.
Okay. And throughout the night on October 21st of 2023, did you hear or see anything, I'm sorry, throughout the night of October 20th of 2023, leading into the early morning hours of October 21st of 2023, did you see or hear anything out of the ordinary that caught your attention at all?
The night before. No, I did not.
And after you called 911, did you happen to see whether your husband at all had any sort of blood on him, on his clothing that day?
He did not have any blood on him.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you were inside the house when you were first notified by your husband of a potential body on the sidewalk?
I was in the house, yes.
Okay. Your husband never instructed you to call 911, correct?
No, I said we need to call 911.
Okay, so it was your choice to call 911, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you called 911, you did not immediately go outside to observe the scene, correct?
I had just woken up. I was not dressed to go outside, so as fast as I could, I got dressed and went outside.
And you were on the phone with 911, and they were asking you questions and giving you directions. One of the directions was to provide CPR, correct?
That's correct.
And you refused to give CPR, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the reasons why you refused to give CPR because you felt that the person was too far gone, was already dead, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you didn't check for any pulse or anything, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And the reason why you didn't check for a pulse is you felt that the person was already dead, correct?
The reason I did not check for the pulse is I had been out to the person at that point, and it was clear it was a dead body.
Okay, so that'd be a yes, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And it was your understanding that your husband had touched the body, correct?
He told me he had, yes.
Did you know at that point in time where he had touched the body?
I believe he said he had touched her on her back.
You believe, or are you sure, or are you just speculating right now?
I recall he told me he touched her on her back.
Okay. Did you ask him if he had checked for a pulse?
I did not.
Now, when you walked around the body, did you like lean over the body to see her face, or how were you able to ascertain that it was who you thought it was?
So I walked around the body. Again, when I got to her back was to us. I walked around the side of her head. So, so my back was to the unit facing now her face.
Okay.
And I could see her face, but not entirely well. So it was not her face that I recognized first. It was the other items I described.
Okay, and you said you recognized a hair clip?
A hair clip.
And did you recognize that from approaching from the rear, or did you have to walk around before you noticed that?
I don't recall when I noticed it.
Okay. Would the hair clip would it have been in the back of her hair?
Yeah, it was on the back of her hair.
And it'd be fair that you approached her from the back, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And when you walked around the front of her, you were looking at the front of her, correct?
Yes, I was.
And the lettering on the jacket, would that been on the rear of her jacket or the front of her jacket?
It was on the back, on the back side of her jacket.
Okay. So it'd be fair that you noticed this lettering on the back of her jacket when you approached from the rear, correct?
I would say what I noticed when I approached from the rear was the body, and as I walked around to the front, she was curled up. You could still see her back, wall facing from the front of her.
You would agree that there is a line of bushes that connects the joint sidewalk of apartment 1364 and 1366 to the joint sidewalk of 1368 and 1370.
There's a row of shrubbery there, yes.
Okay. And when the prosecution asked whether or not you were able to see where the body was from the vantage point of 1366, that joint sidewalk, you would agree that the shrubbery would have clouded your image or obstructed your image from seeing where the body was, correct?
No, I said from that particular picture, I would say you could see the body. Not all of it, but you could see it from that sidewalk.
Okay. And you did indicate that the body would have been somewhat, I guess, shielded, for lack of a better word, by the shrubbery from that particular image that was showed to you, correct?
Where I saw the body was from a different direction.
Okay, but my question is when the prosecution showed you that video and paused it at the joint sidewalk of 1366 and 1364 and indicated where the body was from that vantage point, you would agree that the shrubbery would have had obstructed your vision from that particular vantage point of where the body was?
I would not agree with obstructed. I would have said it would be part of the field of view, but you would have been able to see the body.
You said it would have parted?
It would have been part of the field of view. You would see the shrubbery and the body. What's important about this picture is this is a summer picture.
Okay, thank you. And you had Ring camera on your particular house?
We do.
Okay, and your buildings face each other?
They do.
Okay. Does your Ring camera face her unit?
It does not.
It does not? Okay. And you indicated that you're the president of?
The president of the co-op. The Home is a Co-op Association.
Okay. And as the president of the co-op, are you, one of your, I guess, duties is to provide maybe surveillance cameras for the different units?
It's not one of our duties, no.
Okay. Can you request surveillance cameras?
No.
Okay. Have you ever requested surveillance cameras as the president of the co-op?
For my home or for the community?
For the community, for each individual building to have its own surveillance camera?
Not prior to this event, no.
Not prior? Okay. Do you know whether or not these buildings were equipped with any type of surveillance?
I do know that, yes.
Were they?
Some were.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Ms. Wall's building had surveillance?
I do not know.
You do not? Okay. Did you ever inquire as the president of the co-op?
No, we're each our own homeowners.
Okay. Do sometimes different co-ops, is it one co-op per building or is it one co-op for the whole complex?
Our co-op is 5 buildings. There are 4 co-ops in that neighborhood.
Okay. Does her building exist inside your co-op?
It does, yes.
Okay. And you stated that you knew Samantha fairly well?
I would say as a neighbor, I knew her, yes.
Okay. Had you ever seen her with anybody else going or coming from her apartment?
I see all of our neighbors coming and going.
Okay. My question is, did you specifically see Samantha coming and going from her apartment with anybody else?
In what time period?
Months preceding, maybe within the 6 months that preceded this particular incident.
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen her with like maybe a male coming and going to her apartment?
I don't recall a male or a female, but I have seen Samantha walking in the neighborhood with people, yes.
Okay. And you knew her approximately 3 years?
I would say that's about right, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have casual conversations with her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know if she was dating somebody?
I don't know that.
Okay. That conversation never came up?
It did not.
Has she ever introduced you to anybody?
No?
Thank you. No further questions.
Regret?
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Questions from the jury? Write down, please. Counsel approach. Could you see if Samantha's door was open that morning?
I could see that, yes.
If the door was open?
I could see it, and it was open.
Any further questions based on that?
Yes. Oh. And just to be clear, you were able to see that her door was open when you approached the body and you walked to her door?
No, that's not correct. So we approached the body. As I described, it became clear that it was Samantha, which didn't make sense because that was not her home she was laying in front of. We noticed drops of blood on the shared sidewalk leading back to her unit.
Okay, I didn't mean to cut you off, but just to be clear, where were you at when you noticed her door was open?
I'm describing that for you. We followed the trail of drops of blood back the sidewalk and toward her unit, and it was when we were standing in front of her unit we noticed the door was open.
Thank you. And to be clear, you did not notice when you walked out of your own unit that her door was open, correct?
That was not my focus at that time, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any further questions from the jury? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Come back around. Oh, we need those exhibits first. witness?
The people call Preston Q.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Slide that microphone out. Good morning, sir. State your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Preston Koo, Preston, last name Koo, Kue.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what do you currently do for a living?
I am a police officer currently at Clinton Township,
And how long have you been with Clinton Township?
3 months.
And did you work as a police officer somewhere else before you joined Clinton Township?
Yes, sir, I used to work for the city of Detroit for 8 months.
And during the time you were with the city of Detroit, what were your responsibilities?
I was a patrol officer at the 11th Precinct.
Okay. And as part of your duties as a patrol officer with the 11th Precinct, did you find yourself dispatched to the area of 1368 Joliet Place early in the morning on October 21st of 2023?
Yes.
Now, is that area in the 11th Precinct?
No.
And what was it that prompted you as an 11th Precinct officer to be dispatched to an area outside of your precinct?
We were just told by dispatch to go to District 7.
Okay, so you're responding to an area in the 7th Precinct, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, that particular morning, were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was with a partner,
And what was your partner's name?
Dowd, Eric Dowd.
Okay, and when the two of you were dispatched to that location, were the two of you equipped with body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you know, were your body-worn cameras functioning?
Yes, sir, they were.
And could you just explain, just briefly for the jury, what a body-worn camera is?
A body-worn camera is issued to every officer, and it's worn either on the front or anywhere that's placed. It's recorded at all times whenever we're dispatched to a run.
And when you made this particular run, were you and your partner in a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And was that vehicle equipped with any sort of camera system?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what sort of camera system was that vehicle equipped with?
It's equipped with a dash cam and a back camera for the prisoner.
And to your knowledge, was that camera system functioning during the police run that you made on October 21st, 2023?
Yes.
And what was the reason that you were dispatched to 1368 Joliet Place at that date?
We were dispatched there for a dead person observed run.
Okay, and do you recall what time you arrived at that location?
I do recall it was around 6:38 a.m.
Okay, and when you got to that location, can you describe what you saw?
We first arrived on scene with Medic 8. We walked towards the home of 1368. We first saw I first observed the blood trail coming from 1366, coming all the way towards the body in fetal position. And
When you say Medic 8, what are you referring to?
Fire EMS Detroit.
Okay, so were they on scene before you got there, or or after you got there?
before we were there.
Okay. And once you made those, I guess, basic initial observations, what was
Area.
Okay, what did you do to preserve the crime scene?
We blocked off the area with tape and to protect us, we went inside the home to make sure there was nobody inside.
Okay, and when that protective sweep was done, was anybody else located inside of the home?
No.
And when we're saying the home, which home are you referring to?
It was 1366, the one that she resides in.
Okay. Before your testimony today, did I ask you to review a clip of your body-worn camera?
Yes, you did.
And that clip that you reviewed, does that clip just encompass the first couple of minutes of your time on scene?
Yes, sir.
And does that clip fairly and accurately reflect some of those initial observations you would have seen when you initially arrived on scene?
Yes, it does.
And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 7. It's a disc. Is it your understanding that that clip, that the recording of that clip is located on this particular disc?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 7.
No objection.
Exhibit 7 will be admitted and may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Yes. So this exhibit is going to contain some rather graphic footage and photos, this one and the next several exhibits, showing the body of Ms. Woll. So if you feel you're not able to handle looking at those images, I suggest maybe you step out of the courtroom before we show those images. If you feel you just can't handle it, just to avoid any outbursts or any discomfort in the room, okay? Obviously, the jurors can step up.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, I'm going to publish Exhibit 7. So just stopping the video at 1 minute and 51 seconds, address are we looking at this point?
1366.
Okay. And was there anything significant about the door that you observed?
Nothing about the door, no.
Continuing at 1 minute and 51 seconds. Just stopping here.
Sir, can you turn and watch the video?
Yeah.
At 1 minute
Sorry.
and 51 seconds. 1 minute and 55 seconds. So the gentleman standing next to the door, who's that?
That's my partner.
Okay, that'd be Officer Dowd.
Yes.
Were the two of you able to peek inside of the unit at that point?
Yes, at that point.
And how was it that you were able to peek inside of the unit?
Through the window.
The window being positioned where?
On the door.
Okay, and so was there a door that was open behind the screen door?
At the time, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I ran the address.
This is, okay. Fair enough. Well, I thought it might have been in conjunction with something else. You guys are?
We're 11-4. Yep.
Okay, and just stopping the video there at the end of it. You mentioned that your vehicle that you had that morning was also equipped with a dash camera system.
Yes, sir.
And have I asked you to review some footage from that system?
Yes, sir.
And the footage that you reviewed, does that appear to fairly and accurately reflect your dash camera footage from that morning?
Yes.
And that shows the positioning of where your vehicle was that morning?
Yes, sir.
I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 8. Is it your understanding that that footage is on this particular exhibit?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to admit Proposed Exhibit 8, Your Honor.
No objection.
People's 8 will be admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm not going to publish at that time.
Okay.
Or at this time. No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
Now, you arrived approximately around 6:50 to the address, correct?
No, around 6:38.
Okay.
Approximately around that time.
Were you able to watch your body cam that we just viewed?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that the time on your body cam indicates 6:51 or 6:50, correct?
Well, it was around the time, but yes.
Okay, and that's when you first arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you would agree that you arrived on the scene around 6:50, correct?
No.
Are you stating that your body cam your body cam timer or time is off?
I wouldn't say that, sir.
So
It's just the time of activation, and when we call out, we're
okay.
there.
But you would agree when this particular video started, you were driving, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were driving to the location, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you got out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you walked up.
Yes.
And you would agree when this video started, it was approximately 6:50, correct? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree at that point in time when the video first started, you haven't even arrived at the scene as of that time, correct?
We arrived in the vicinity, sir.
Okay. So
Yes.
you would agree that you arrived at the scene around 6:50, yes?
No, sir.
You would not? Okay. So I'm just to be clear.
Yeah,
Okay?
I understand.
Just to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
This video starts at 6:50, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You can't say aha or
Yes. Yes.
This video shows you driving to the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
As far as you know, the time on this video is accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that this video shows you arriving at the scene at 6:50, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree that you arrived at the scene at 6:50, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, when asked, did you see anything significant about the door, you indicated no at first, correct?
Yeah, I did say no.
Okay.
Yes.
And you would agree that in your report, you never indicated that this particular door was open or anything. You would agree to that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, you don't know how the door became open, right? If one of your partners opened it or not, do you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with anybody on the scene?
No, I did not actually.
You did not? Okay. But your partner did. You saw your partner speaking to some witnesses,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And you weren't present when that happened?
I was present, sir, but I didn't talk to any
Okay.
of the witnesses.
As you were walking down the pathway leading up to 1368, were you able to see the body as you were walking up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know approximately how far away were you when you first were able to notice the body?
Not approximately, no.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that there was some shrubbery or some bushes that were around this particular body?
Yes.
Okay. And did those bushes or shrubbery have some impact on your ability to see or not see the body from walking up the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Okay. So it'd be fair that the bushes somewhat obstructed your view upon your approach to the body, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No further questions. Oh, I'm sorry. I do. You indicated that you did a protective sweep of the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that means that you went in to see if anybody was inside the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you did that, did you put any type of protective gear on your feet prior to walking into the house?
No, sir.
Okay, so you walked in with your boots, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree that there was blood in the hallway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you had to step either through the blood or over the blood or in the blood, correct?
Over the blood, yes.
Okay. Do you know if any blood got on the bottom of your shoe?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
Okay. You didn't check, though, did you? You didn't check the bottom of your foot when you left, did you?
I only just tiptoed around the blood that was on the scene. That's
Okay.
it.
My question is, you did not check the bottom of your boots when
No.
you left for blood, correct?
No, I did not check.
And there was no analysis on your boots done by any detectives or forensic analysis after you left, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor. When you went inside of the house, 1366 Joliet Place, to do the protective sweep, did you exercise any caution to try to not make contact with the blood, or were you just kind of stepping around freely?
Yes, I was making caution when I was stepping inside the house.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did you step in any blood?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, after this particular police run, did you draft a police report?
Yes, sir.
And when you draft a police report for a police run, do you typically document the time that you were dispatched?
Yes, sir.
And what is the time that you're dispatched as opposed to the time that you arrive on scene?
I was dispatched at 6:38, yes.
Okay, and so is that where the 6:38 comes in?
Yes, sir.
So what does that mean to be dispatched at 6:38?
It just means the time that dispatch sends us to run.
Okay, and so you're not actually at scene on 6:38, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was that just, can you explain, I guess, why you thought you may have been on the scene at 6:38?
I was just looking at the radio logs. That's probably honestly it. That's it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. President?
So you stated that you were looking at the radio log, and that's where you were dispatched, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just why do you have such a hard time agreeing with the evidence before you that you arrived at the scene at 6:50?
I just didn't recall the time, sir. That's it.
Okay, but your body cam depicts the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to refute your body cam time, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Right down, counsel approach. Captain, no, please. Since you're on the far end, you might want to go through the well. Was the inner door at Samantha Woll's residence, the 1366 residence, open upon your first view and the outer storm door was closed?
Yes, ma'am.
So the heavy inner door was open
Yes.
and the storm door was closed?
Yes. The storm door was closed, but the heavy door is open. Yes.
Any further questions based on that?
No, Your Honor.
And do you remember when you first made that observation?
Yes, sir, I do.
When?
Right when I arrived on scene.
Okay, but you didn't document that in your police report, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
And the purpose of your police report is to be as descriptive as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that later, if you need to testify, you can rely on your police report to have certain facts that may not be in your memory bank at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you failed to put that in your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you also indicated earlier that you don't know how the door got open, if one of your partners opened the door or anybody else, correct?
I didn't write it down, yes.
No, separate question. My question is, you indicated earlier, just to be clear, that you don't know how the door became open, if one of your partners opened the door. You don't know that, correct?
Yeah.
That's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Hold on, I think they might have more questions.
And just to be clear, when the prosecutor played the video and he stopped and he asked you, do you know anything significant, notice anything significant about the door, you indicated no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was upon your approach to the residence, correct?
Yes.
So it'd be fair that even watching the video, you did not observe that this particular door was open upon your approach, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say that you noticed the door was open, that's not entirely correct. That's true, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Follow-up?
Just briefly, officer, so when you and your partner arrived on scene, were there any other officers on scene?
Do you mean prior or
Yeah.
while on scene?
Let me ask it this way. Who were the first officers that arrived on scene?
The first officers were only me and my partner. That's
Okay.
it.
And when you got out of your squad car, did you get out separately at different times, or did you get out at the same time?
I'd say probably around the same time.
And did you walk to the residence separately, or did you walk to the residence together?
Together.
Okay, and did you see your partner open the door before the time depicted in the video that was just played?
No. He only went out to the door. That's it.
Okay, and just to be clear, and I want to go back to the video that's been admitted as Exhibit 7, if we go to 1 minute and 48 seconds into the video, what are we looking at this point in the video?
And you're not object. I believe we're asking based upon his knowledge. We're not asking him to look at the video and then make some determination on what he sees or deduces from this video. We're going based upon his memory.
Objection overruled. He can ask him to clarify something he's seeing on the video. What he observed himself.
Right, but I believe he's going to ask him, okay, this is the point in time you're approaching the video.
Let him ask before.
Okay, 1 minute and 48 seconds into the video is shown on the screen right now. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And can you take a look at that for us? Up until this point, have you or your partner approached that door?
No, not at this point, because we saw the trail of blood first. That's why we were standing right there.
And at this point in time, were you able to look through that front door?
Yes.
Into where?
Into our home.
Why and why?
Because the door is open.
No further questions.
Any other questions from the jury? Thank you, sir. You may step down, come back around the bench. Next witness?
People call Officer Derek Dowd.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Have a seat. Hold the mic in front of you, please, and state your name and spell it for the record.
I am Officer Derek Dowd, spelled D-E-R-R-I-K, last name D-O-U-D.
Was that 2 R's?
Yeah,
Or one?
2 R's.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, sir. Where do you work?
Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer for?
2 years at this point.
And were you working as a police officer back on October 21st of 2023 at around 6:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And who were you working with at the time?
Officer Preston Q.
And were you dressed in like a standard police uniform, or were you like in an undercover uniform? How were you dressed?
Standard police uniform, marked.
And when you say marked, are you talking about like the police car that you were in? Or
Police
the
ca-
clothes?
The police car is marked as well, but I was referring to badge, full uniform.
All right. And were you equipped with a body camera at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were you dispatched at around 6:30 in the morning to 1368 Joliet Place?
Yes, sir.
And why were you dispatched there?
For a dead person observed.
Okay. And do you remember specifically what time you were dispatched?
After referring to the radio log on our system, it said about 6:38 a.m.
And did you also complete a police report?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall whether you noted in your police report what time you were dispatched?
Yes, sir.
And what time was that?
That is 6:38.
Okay. And so that information that you received, did you receive it over the radio or on a phone? How did you get the information?
On our system, our computer-aided dispatch, we call it CAD, on the events, there's a tab that you can look at what time runs were dispatched, times that are received, everything like that. And what I referred to in the report was the label of the dispatch time. So when it said unit dispatched, that's what I referred to.
And so from wherever you were when you first received the information about that potential scene, do you recall how long it took you to get from where you were when you first received the information to the location itself?
Referring back to the radio log, we arrived about 6:48 a.m., so about 10 minutes.
All right.
Approximately.
And were you did you have to take a car to get there?
Yes, sir. We were in the marked scout car.
So while you were in your car, did you do anything to find out more information about any potential occupants that were living in that area?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So can you just describe what you did?
So prior to our arrival on scene, I checked through our lean system the address that was provided through our dispatch of 1366 Juliet Place and checked who was the occupants of that location. The only occupant of that location was Samantha Woll.
All right, so if I can just break this down a little bit. You mentioned something called the lean system.
Yep.
What is the Law Enforcement Information Network? Just briefly, if you can summarize that.
It's a system that we use that we can run names, addresses to find out information. So you would register to an address, we run firearms, vehicles, all sorts of things. It's a network that's used by law enforcement to check on information as such.
And are you able to access that from your police car?
Yes, sir.
And so you managed to look up the potential homeowners at 1366 Joliet?
Yes, sir.
All right. And along with the name, were there any photographs that you're able to access of that individual?
Yes, sir.
All right.
There's a lean photo that's provided when you run somebody's name, and I observed that lean photo just in case it was that person prior to arriving on scene.
And so did you arrive at that location?
Yes, sir.
And so just describe what occurred when you got out of your car and you arrived there.
So upon arrival, we were met with medics, spoke with the medics. They walked us over to where the victim was located. At that time, they showed us where the trail leading out of her residence was, and that she was next door.
So if I can actually stop you here for a sec. Now you referred to medics. Are you referring to like EMS workers or medical professionals?
Yes, sir, EMS. Yeah.
So they were already there by the time you got there?
Yes, sir. They were already on scene.
Were there any other police officers besides you and your partner?
Negative.
And
No
I'm
other.
sorry, what was your partner's name?
Preston Q.
Okay. So the EMS workers directed you to go to a location, and so describe what you saw as you were approaching the location that they directed you to.
As we approached where the body was located, we observed a trail of blood exiting the residence of 1366 Juliet Place. Followed the sidewalk out from the residence, south on the sidewalk, and in front of it. If you're walking south, you make a right to the walkway that leads to the residence of 1368 Juliet Place.
Now, when you were approaching 1368 Juliet, did you make any observations about whether or not there were any individuals who appeared to be suffering from some form of trauma?
Yes, sir. While approaching 1368 Juliet Place, I observed the victim in a fetal position on the sidewalk in front of the residence.
Now, did she appear to be moving at all when you first saw this person?
No.
Did that person appear to be breathing at all?
No.
Did you notice any apparent injuries or trauma to that person's body when you first approached them?
So there was a large amount of blood, and when I say large, I mean there was a large amount of blood. She was covered in blood, but the position she was in, she was covering her she was in a fetal position with her arms up to her chest. So it's hard to observe neckline, arms, anything. She was wearing a hoodie as well. So we were unable to observe like any of her body other than her hands, her face, obviously. So to answer your question, I'm sorry, we were unable to observe any marks, any injuries.
Other than the suspected blood that...
Other than the large amount of blood.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that she was wearing a hoodie. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it was a blue Tel Aviv hoodie.
Yeah. Any other noticeable things about any clothing, articles of clothing she was wearing other than this hoodie that you...
She was not wearing shoes.
Okay.
She wasn't wearing shoes. Yeah.
Just completely
Mic a
barefoot?
little closer to you, just to make sure everyone can hear you.
She wasn't wearing shoes. Yeah.
So, do you recall whether she had socks on or was she completely barefoot?
I believe she did not have socks on. She was completely barefoot.
All right. So, when you saw... Oh, and let me ask you this. When you approached this individual on the ground, were you able to look at the person's face?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at her face, did you make any observations about her?
Yes, sir. When I observed the victim's face, and after observing the lean photo of Samantha Woll on the lean network, the images matched. So I believed at that time it was our victim, Samantha Woll.
All right. Had you ever met her before that day?
No, sir.
Okay. So your identification is purely based on looking at a picture and then looking at the person on the ground?
Yes, sir.
All right. So after you saw this body on the ground, did you ever walk back to 1366 Joliet?
Yes, sir.
And just describe why you decided to walk back to 1366.
So at that time, I advised my partner, Preston Q, to stay with the body. I walked over to the location of 1366 Juliet Place. The screen door was closed. The main door, the wooden door, it was open, about 45-degree angle.
So actually, let me stop you here for
Yeah.
a second. So this particular townhome, it's got a screen door. Is that like a solid screen door, or can you see through the screen door?
You can see through it.
All right. And is there a heavier entry door, I guess, behind the screen door?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. And just describe how the heavier interior door was
In relation,
open.
yes. So if my left hand were to represent that screen door and the heavier main door was my right hand, it would be about 45 degrees open this way, being the hinge this way. So if the screen door opens this way, the main door opens this way.
All right. So before you ever go in and you're just standing outside, 1366, are you able to see into the interior of that townhome?
Yes, sir.
When you were standing outside, did you notice whether any interior lights were on inside 1366?
Yes, sir. I observed what looked like one light in the living room of the location. I could only, at least from that point, I could only observe the light, shining from the corner of the room.
And at least when you were out there around 3:48 in the morning, was it still dark outside, or can you describe the lighting conditions?
You said around 3:48 in the morning?
Yes. Do you recall?
As in the afternoon?
No, I'm sorry. 6:48 in the
Yeah.
morning. When you arrived there, can
Yeah.
you just describe what the lighting was like when you first got there?
It was nighttime.
Okay. So, from your position on the outside of 1366, you were able to see that there was a light on inside?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, when you were standing outside, what did you decide to do at that point?
At that point, I placed on latex gloves, opened the screen door, entered the residence. At that time, I observed a large amount of blood collection at the top of the let's say the basement stairs, the landing, and the main hallway. I tiptoed around, made sure I didn't step on any of the blood. Tiptoed, went around the blood. At that point, I was in the living room.
Okay, so let me actually cut you off here for a second. You mentioned that before you went in, you put gloves on?
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of you putting gloves on?
Preservation of evidence, so I didn't contaminate the scene.
All right. And you also mentioned that when you went inside, you were describing that you tiptoed around?
Yes, sir.
So, were you trying to be careful when you were walking around on the inside?
Yes, sir. Very careful.
What was the purpose for doing that?
Because at this point, obviously, I was thinking we had a homicide scene, so I didn't want to contaminate the evidence at all. So I used my, best ability to make sure I didn't step in any blood.
Now, at this point, I believe you said you'd been a police officer for 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it your job when you were working that night to investigate homicide crimes, like as a detective?
No, sir.
Okay. Are there other police officers whose job that is?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of collecting evidence, swabbing items for DNA, is that another one of your job responsibilities?
Negative, sir. That's
Okay.
not.
So, if I understand what you're saying, you're making an effort not to touch or do anything when you're
Yes,
inside.
that's leading.
That's leading.
All right. So, as you proceeded into the entryway of the home, just describe what you saw.
As I proceeded in the entryway, I observed a large amount of blood. To the left of me, there was in the small hallway that leads to the kitchen area. There was a kitchen table. I observed there was a bowl of fruit that was turned on its side with the fruit knocked out, which I thought was a little irregular. That was weird. So I tiptoed over the blood to make sure that I didn't step in any of the blood. I then was standing into the living room of the location. At that time, I observed the couch in the living room. I observed there was a tray of beets that looked like rice, that was knocked on the floor, a laptop on the right armrest that had blood on top, a half-eaten banana on the left armrest. I was checking the rear door to see if it, was an entryway or an exit way, and I observed that it was locked.
Okay, so let me stop you here for a second.
Yeah.
So, what was your general purpose in going into 1366?
Well, the general purpose of me entering the residence at that time was, one, to gain more information when I made the call to homicide or notification control to let the detectives know what we have, what the scene was, and then two, to check the residence if somebody was inside the residence and whether there was other points of entry or exit.
Okay, so when you went in and now you're proceeding into the living room and you're checking the door, did you see any other people inside that residence?
No, sir.
Okay. And you said you checked, there's a rear exit once you go into the townhouse?
Yes, sir. There's a rear sliding door located at the rear of the living room, and I checked whether to see that was locked, and it was locked in this case.
Okay. Now, aside from making your observations about the nature of the room itself and checking the door, did you do anything else inside 1366?
No.
Okay. Did there come a point where you left the interior of 1366 and exited the townhome?
Yes, sir. At that point, while exiting the residence, I used the kitchen area because it did not have any blood. There was no blood located in the ground of the kitchen area. So I walked through the kitchen to get to the front door, exited the residence to make sure I didn't step in any blood, and met back up with my partner and waited for... At that time, then I called to make notifications, told them what we had, and waited for homicide, evidence text.
So when you say you made notifications, what exactly are you doing to notify other people?
Just picking up my cell phone and giving the call to the number of notification and control.
All right. And so while you were there, did you have an occasion to talk to any non-police personnel who may have been potential witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to tell me what they said, but did you take down their names?
Yes, sir.
And what were the names?
Kevin Moll, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, I'm sorry, and Jessica Robinson.
And did those people, were they in and around the immediate area? Is that how you came into contact with them?
Yes, sir.
Aside from those two, any other individuals approach you who claim to have seen the homicide or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, eventually, as you're out there, do other police officers, like from the homicide unit or evidence techs, come there while you're still there?
Yes, sir.
And did you do what's called a canvass to look for any items while you were there?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. Now, when I use this word canvass, what does that word mean to you?
To canvass an area is to basically search whatever the designated area is for item of evidence. So that means for this scene, we had K9, MSP at the location as well. So dogs searching the area, the immediate area, and us going through the bushes, seeing if we could find a knife or some type of weapon used in the crime.
Now, just talking about what you did, what did you do to look in the area for potential items of evidence?
I searched through many of the bushes in the area, even climbed inside the bushes, checked the grounds, checked to see if there's any blood, anything like that.
And did you find or recover any items of evidence when you were doing this canvass of the area?
No, sir.
Okay. In and around this area where you had discovered the body as well as 1366, did you do anything to try and prevent civilian people or non-police personnel from accessing that area?
Yes, sir.
Can you just describe what you did?
So prior to, we had a sergeant from number 7 make the location to give us crime scene tape. But prior to that, we stood in front of the location and ensured that nobody entered the residence and ensured nobody walked on, at least at that time, that section of the sidewalk that we were on. Later, after our sergeant made the location, he provided a crime scene evidence tape. We taped off the whole area.
And so while you were there trying to prevent people, non-police officers, from getting into that area, did you have any problems with non-police officers interfering in that area?
Oh, not a single one. No.
Okay. Now, have you had an opportunity to review any of the footage from your body camera that night?
Yes, sir. Just one.
All right. And when you were able to review that footage, was it a fair and accurate representation of what you personally experienced that night?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit People's proposed amendment.
No objection.
People's not will be admitted.
And at this point, Your Honor, we're going to publish it.
Are the jurors okay, or do you need a restroom break? Can we see the video first?
It's only a couple minutes, sir.
We're almost going on 2 hours now, so.
Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Which medic are you guys? Oh, we're medic 8. 8. We don't know how long. I was here like neighbors, they're walking the dog. For they don't know like what happened. I'm sure they don't know when it's been down, how long it's been down. But there's I think there was a blood thing. And she's not like find her apartment, she's like right next to her. You have an ID? We didn't serve the tape. So like, if you look on the ground, there's like spots of blood. Yeah, you'll see there a trail of blood. Upstairs. You got some blood that goes up into here. Yep, it goes.
Medic for your status, agree.
Yeah, that's her. Yeah, I ran the address. This is Wool.
Yeah.
Now, officer, just in terms of how your body cameras operate, when they're activated for whatever reason, is there sometimes a delay from when the audio turns on?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that is typical when you've had an opportunity to observe your body camera footage before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Do you anticipate a long cross, or?
Not
Okay,
really, no.
then we'll take a break after your cross.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good
Oh,
afternoon,
Good morning.
sir.
I'm sorry. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Getting ahead of myself. So it'd be fair that you arrived on the scene roughly around 6:50, correct? In
No,
the
sir.
AM.
Yep. 6:48, but yes, 6:50 approximately, if you want to say.
6:50. Okay.
Yeah.
But we would agree that at 6:50 on this particular exhibit, you were still in your car driving to the location, correct?
No, we arrived at 6:48.
Okay. And you indicated that the medics were already there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're unaware of when the medics actually arrived Right, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And they pointed to you the 1366 address, correct?
It was noted in our dispatch as well. That's how I ran the address.
Okay,
But
when you arrived on the scene, they physically pointed out that particular address, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Correct. And you didn't ask the medics whether or not they entered this property or opened the door, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not they opened the door and went inside to look around, correct?
I do not.
Okay. Now, you indicated that when you saw this body, her arms were against her chest, correct?
Yes, sir.
In somewhat of a fetal position?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. Did you attempt yourself to engage to see if she had a pulse?
Definitely not. No.
Okay. Had you attempted to do so, you would have to possibly lean over her body, correct?
Yes, sir, if I attempted that.
Okay. And was her arms in the position where if you did try to check her pulse on her neck, your arm would have came in contact with her?
Possibly, depending on how experienced you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you trained in CPR?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would say you're pretty experienced?
I'd say I'm experienced.
Oh, okay. Was her back exposed? Any part of her back exposed from your observation?
As observed also in the video, a small part of her back.
Small part of her back? Okay. Now, you indicated that you tiptoed around this apartment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was dark on the inside other than some light you stated, correct?
Yep, and I was using my flashlight at the time.
Okay. And this light didn't illuminate the whole apartment, that'd be fair, correct?
Which light are you referring to?
The light that you stated that was on, the lamp.
Oh, no. It didn't illuminate the whole apartment.
Okay. Did you put any type of protective gear on your foot or your boots prior to walking inside the house?
No, sir.
After leaving the apartment, did you ever check your boots to see whether or not you had accidentally stepped into blood?
No, but I actually I did check my boots once I made it over the original, the large amount that was in the hallway, and I was standing in the living room.
Okay.
I remember because I was, making sure I didn't contaminate the scene and get any blood on me or blood on my shoes. I made sure to look to see if there was any blood, and at that time there was no blood on my shoes.
Okay, at that time. But the question was, when you left the apartment, upon you doing your protective sweep, at that point in time, did you check your boots for blood?
No, sir.
Okay. So at that point in time, you can't definitively say whether or not you stepped in some blood by accident, correct?
Well, I walked to the kitchen to prevent that, but
you can't definitively say that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you canvassed the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't indicate that in your police report that you canvassed the area, did you?
I'd have to refer to my police report to see if I
If you refer
noted
to
that in there.
If you refer to your police report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Thank you. You ready?
Yes, and to be fair, can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And to be fair, I'll strike that question that is indicated there. I'll strike that question.
You should be allowed to answer the
Go ahead,
question.
ask your question.
Yes, I did indicate that in the report.
Okay.
I referred to as scouts.
Okay, fair enough. And you spoke to some witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you indicated that one of the witnesses was Kevin Moore, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Jessica Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it was your understanding after speaking with them that they did not touch the body at all, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, that calls for hearsay.
I was his understanding, not what they said, whether or not he understood if they touched the body.
He could only know that by talking to them and hearing what they told him.
Well, I'm going to allow it.
All right, thank you. I'll repeat the question. It was your understanding after speaking with them that they did not touch the body, correct? At all?
From their statements, yes.
That they did not touch the body, correct?
Yes, sir. That they did not.
Okay. And you indicated that in your police report, correct?
Oh, I'd have to refer to the police report if I indicated it on there.
But that's your understanding, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, just when did you run the lien on the? When did you run the lien?
Prior to our arrival,
Okay.
after we were dispatched.
Okay. And it was your understanding that this happened at 1368 Joliet, correct?
No, because the dispatch location was 1368 Juliet Place, but within the CAD notes, it stated that the victim, or I forget exactly how it stated, whether they're reporting party or victim or witness at the time. I mean,
Okay.
but it stated that the persons that were already on scene believe that they seen the trail of blood exiting 1366 Juliet Place.
Did you run multiple addresses or just the 1366 Joliet?
Just the 1366. Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't run the 1368?
No.
Okay. Thank you, officer. No further questions.
Redirect.
I don't have anything.
Questions from the jury? Write down, counsel approach. Deputy, you can go through the well here, it'll be easier than getting all the way through the, When checking 1366, did you check upstairs or downstairs or the whole unit before exiting the unit for the first time?
For the first time, no. I did not.
Did you go in a second time?
Yes, sir. No, yes, Your Honor.
And did you check the second time?
Yes.
Any further follow-up questions based on that?
When you went in the upstairs or the downstairs, did you see any people inside the apartment and other parts of the townhouse?
No, sir.
I don't have anything.
And just how much time had passed from the first time to the second time? Approximately.
I couldn't remember approximately because at that time it was only us two officers, and to preserve the scene, preserve the body, I had my partner stand out there after my first initial walkthrough, and then we both stood to make sure that nobody entered that whole walkway area. So it wasn't until the arrival of other officers, like as in sergeant, evidence techs, everything else.
So you don't know?
No.
Okay.
The approximate time, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir. You have that down. Please come back around behind the bench. We're gonna, should we just break for lunch now? I think that might be a good idea. So it's 20 minutes to 12. We didn't really get a morning break because we got a late start this morning. So we're gonna break now for lunch, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock, okay? Because we have 2 matters we have to very much ready to do, okay? If you need to get anything out of the jury room, go ahead and in there. Otherwise, if you want to just head out, you may head out too. Do we have the first row? You all brought some things in? Okay. It may be a few minutes before the rest of the jurors come out if they're wanting to further.
Vote to pass the NDAA out of committee. We are deeply committed to making sure that we provide the quality of life investments and support that we worked so hard on. We don't know what the amendments ultimately, what amendments will make it into the final bill. So we'll have to wait and see how the debate proceeds. We have to wait and see how the votes go and whether the Republicans who helped craft such a great bipartisan bill and the Republicans who stood with us together on focusing on the priorities that impact our services, we have to wait and see whether they will continue to stand with us in a bipartisan way to protect that bill, or whether they will fold and give in to the extremist voices in their party and allow a great bill to become something that many in the Democratic Party on our side in the House can no longer support. So we'll have to wait and see what the final product looks like. But this is truly on House Republicans, especially House Republicans on the Armed Services Committee. I hope they stand with us to protect our great work product and do not dilute that work with poison pills that they know will ultimately make this a very difficult bill to pass.
Because of the work of Veronica and Ranking Member Smith and House Democrats, this bill passed 57-1. I would hope that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle stay true to the contents of that legislation and don't add any poison pill riders that would dilute a bipartisan vote like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're in the middle of Pride Month. Within the context of that month, it's a celebratory time for the LGBTQ community. There are a lot of, anti-LGBTQ riders in the NDAA and a lot of the appropriations bills that are passing through committee right now. What's your message to the community who, members who may feel disillusioned with politics, disillusioned with the process, who feel like they're not a part of the process as House Republicans are putting forward policies that kind of exclude them from these important programs?
Yeah. It's a great question. I'll ask Veronica to speak to the defense piece, to the NDAA piece as well. But we've seen this in the House Appropriations Committee, anti-LGBTQ riders placed onto these bills. This is purely a political effort that House Republicans entertain and support in order to rile up their base. But our answer is this isn't who we are. This isn't who we are as a country, as a Congress, as Americans. We had some of the most inclusive language ever under Speaker Pelosi in the last Congress throughout all of our bills and legislation. The importance of passing the Equality Act, chief among our priorities as well. Those are the types of things we can do if given the responsibility to govern. And I think that's what we're going to ask the American people over the next 150 days, to give us that responsibility to govern again, so we can make sure that our policies truly reflect who we are as a Congress and as a country.
All right, so you're listening there to the House Democrats as they are addressing members of the media. Right now, they are in that question and answer session. So the perfect time to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 11:44 on the East Coast and 8:44 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head back over live to Washington, D.C. as this Q&A is back underway with the House Democrats, Pete Aguilar right there, answering questions from members of the media.
Of where we are. Republicans are choosing extremism and contempts and impeachments after their impeachment, efforts failed and hit some roadblocks. Now they're moving to this. This is all just an effort to satisfy the former president, who has asked them to do something, to do anything, to distract from his own legal issues. So it's an unfortunate state where we are. Jamie Raskin reminded us that that these have never been given. Tapes have never been, given in the past from a precedent perspective. Transcripts are always enough. That's what we deal with here, is what's in the transcript, what's on the document. That's what they've done here. They've satisfied that requirement. Unlike House Republicans and Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, who were held in contempt of Congress for not answering at all. Meanwhile, Merrick Garland and the DOJ has sent troves of information for them. Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro thumb their nose at a lawful subpoena, and they're going to jail as a result of it. So that's the difference between where we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so we did catch the tail end of that right there, the question and answer session with House Democrats, including Pete Aguilar, answering questions from members of the media on a variety of topics. Now, we did hear from House Republicans a bit earlier on today, and we will replay that for you coming up a little bit later in the day. We do have some other live events that are going to get underway in just a matter of minutes. We do have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis expected to speak over in Tampa. We also have this live event that just popped up. This is going to be Save Title IX. Again, you can see it on your screen as we expect to hear from several folks. This does include U.S. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith leading a Protect Title IX news conference to talk about the introduction of a Congressional Review Act resolution of disapproval to overturn the Biden administration's recent final Title IX rule that puts girls and women, they say, at a disadvantage by radically redefining the word sex to include gender identity. Again, that is coming up in just a matter of minutes here. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 11:49 on the East Coast and 8:49 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:51 on the East Coast and 8:51 on the West Coast. We did hear from Secretary of State Antony Blinken a bit earlier as he spoke alongside the Qatari Prime Minister. Now, he did say Hamas had asked for changes in the hostage deal proposal, and some are workable, some are unworkable, he said. Hamas could have replied with one word, yes. Instead, they presented more changes. Some of them go further than their previous positions. Again, this right here is a post coming in from Barak Ravid. He is with Axios and did listen to that news conference. We now do have that news conference to play for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Peace and blessing be upon you. In the beginning, I would like to welcome my friend Secretary Blinken. And after our meeting today, which is a continuation for a series of discussion, an important dialogue that took place over the previous month after the war started in Gaza, and pathways to end that war and to prevent this war from expand in the region. And as you all know, we have also discussed the response that we have received from Hamas and the Palestinian fractions on the last proposal to stop the war and release the hostages, and of course in coordination with the other partner. And we would like to confirm that the state of Qatar and Egypt and the United States of America are committed in their partnership in order to find an ending to this war and a deal to exchange the hostages. And in this also regard, we highly evaluate the efforts that President Biden have exhorted in order to reach this proposal in a text in a way to bring together the parties. And as we have mentioned in many previous stops, that in such deal, both parties need to make some concession in order to reach a suitable arrangement and reach a deal. We in the state of Qatar, with our partners, committed to bridge the gap, to find a way to end the war as soon as possible. And we would like to send a message to everyone that every day is a loss of lives and of innocent people every day that pass. In the previous 8 months, unfortunately, we have seen the catastrophe increasing day after day, and we see more casualties, especially of the civilians with their children, women in Gaza Strip. And with no doubt, we need to take a clear position and demand to put an end to this war. 37,000 martyrs have passed so far, or died so far, and thousands wounded. In addition to this collective punishment policy and starvation that has been used against our brothers in Gaza, we are witnessing also a change in this conflict in the previous time, and there is a clear and firm call to put an end to this war. And in this also regard, we have received the Security Council resolution, which was presented by the United States of America for an immediate ceasefire and a deal to exchange the hostages and go back to political negotiation to find a sustainable solution. And we in the state of Qatar welcome that resolution. In the previous time, there were so many meetings and regional conferences and international ones. We have participated them in the state of Qatar in order to find a sustainable solution to the Palestinian case. And also there were visits in light of the ministerial committee that have been established, and also the meetings with the European foreign ministers. And yesterday we have participated in a conference for an immediate humanitarian response by the call of King Abdullah II and the President of Egypt, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and the Secretary General of the United Nations, who call for an immediate actions to end this war and the respect of the international law. And also in this regard, we welcome also the continuation of the air support or air drop the Americans, and also we would like also to praise your additional package of support to Gaza, and the state of Qatar is continue with its efforts in order to send all humanitarian aid continuously to our brothers. Your Excellency, you know that we are living very critical times, and we believe that reaching a deal, an agreement, is very important, and this deal will save the lives of the innocents, and also will save the whole region, which is on the verge of collapse and explosion. And we rely on the American role and our also partners in Egypt and the rest of the countries in order to pressure all the parties to reach an agreement that end this war. And Your Excellency, you know that I believe that we have received it's time that we need to reach a sustainable solution, and today we have discussed how to reach those sustainable solutions that bring the stability to Gaza and to our also brothers in the West Bank.
All right, so we are continuing to listen in to this event that happened earlier today in Doha, Qatar, as what is being discussed is a ceasefire deal that Hamas says it wants amendments to. A Hamas spokesman said the response included amendments that confirm the ceasefire, withdrawal, reconstruction, and prisoner exchange, but did not provide any further details. Meantime, I do want to pivot because we do have a live event coming out of Washington, D.C. You're taking a live look at the House as they debate holding Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt. So we do want to pot up the sound and listen in.
In the service of a now convicted felon, that is contemptuous. When Republicans peddle the lie that Joe Biden is pulling the levers of Trump's Manhattan prosecution, that is contemptuous. When Republican committee chairmen ignore their own subpoena but feign indignation when the Attorney General complies with his, that is contemptuous. That is deserving of our scorn.
Anything for the record before we bring them up?
Oh, you're right.
Vince?
Oh, no.
Case number 24000535, People versus Michael Jackson-Bolanos. Appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ryan Elsey for the people.
Dominic DeGrazia on behalf of the people.
And Brian Brown on behalf of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos.
Good afternoon, Judge Bernard Fisher, the co-counsel on behalf of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos, who's present tonight.
I know for the record, Mr. Jackson-Bolanos is present. Our 16 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And we are ready to continue with the people's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people call Carrington Sheridan.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
afternoon.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Carrington Sheridan, Carrington Sheridan.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am a forensic technician for the City of Detroit Police Department in the Crime Scene Services Unit.
And how long have you been in that line of work?
5 years.
And what is the basic sort of role that you have as a forensic technician? I'm sorry.
To document the crime scene, to collect and preserve evidence for further processing.
And do you have to go through any sort of training to be in the role that you have with the Detroit Police Department?
Yes.
And what does that sort of training consist of?
I have a bachelor's degree in general biology. I have a post-bachelor's degree in forensic investigation. I was certified for forensics investigation, crime scene processing, and I was trained on the job.
And as part of your job, did you have the opportunity to process a crime scene located at 1366 Joliet Place on October 21st of 2023?
I did.
And when you arrived to that scene, were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was with a partner.
And when you got to the scene, was there anyone else present on scene at that point?
Yes.
And who was present at that point?
Responding officers were present on scene.
And were there any personnel from homicide or any other divisions of the Detroit Police Department present at that point?
I do not recall exactly when individuals showed up versus when I may have seen them. I do know that I recall seeing Commander Savek on scene, Sergeant Zhao from Homicide, Lieutenant Thorokill from Homicide, and other members of Homicide.
Okay, and what time approximately did you and your partner arrive at the scene?
Approximately 7:40 a.m.
And approximately how long did you stay on scene working to process it?
Until approximately 7 p.m.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury, just in general terms, what was the work that you and your partner did to process this particular crime scene?
I documented the scene through photographs. I assisted in the search, marking, and collection of evidence.
Okay. And you mentioned photographs. I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 10. Have you had an opportunity to review some of the photographs that you took in preparation for testifying today?
I have.
And to the extent that you reviewed those photographs, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what you actually observed when you were processing the scene back on October 21st of 2023?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that a substantial portion of those photographs, not all of them, but a substantial portion of them are on this disc marked as Proposed Exhibit 10?
It is my understanding.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Proposed Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
People's 10 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And Your Honor, do you mind if I sit down while I'm scrolling?
Not at all.
That's okay, thank you. Okay, I don't want to, I'm not going to walk through each and every one of these photos, but I do have some sort of specific questions about different photos on Exhibit 10. So starting with page 1 of Exhibit 10, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo card. It is to identify the photos that follow for where they are taken, the report number, the crime as we are told on dispatch, who is there from the crime scene services unit to process the scene.
Okay, and how about page 2 of Exhibit 10? What does that depict?
This is a wide shot showing the apartments 1368 and 1370 and the decedent on the walkway in front of those apartments.
Now, is there anything that was placed over the victim when you were on scene?
Prior to my arrival, a sheet was placed.
And do you know what the purpose of that was?
To cover the decedent from any unauthorized viewing prior to the medical examiner coming to the scene.
I'm sorry, is she speculating, or does she know this as a matter of fact, the reason why the sheet was placed upon her?
Do you know?
I can attest to that is the general reason why I'm told it is placed on.
Okay. If we go to page 8 of Exhibit 10, what are we looking at here?
A medium range photograph facing away from the apartments towards the sidewalk with the decedent.
And page 10, does that just bring us closer?
Yes.
Now I'm going to move my cursor toward the right side of the screen. Do you see where my cursor is here?
Yes.
What was located here based on your observations?
Suspected blood.
What was the condition that that blood was in at the time that you observed it?
Some of the suspected blood was still, I shall use the word damp, wet.
Okay. And if we look at page 15, what does page 15 show us?
A closer photograph of suspected blood.
And how about page 18?
This is a photograph of the decedent with the sheet having been taken off.
Now, at some point, did someone from the medical examiner's office arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what happened when that individual arrived on scene?
The sheet was removed. The decedent was documented on scene through photographs.
And at that point in time, were you present for that?
Yes.
And did you observe anything of significance during that point in time?
I observed multiple suspected laceration wounds to her neck area.
And if we look at page 28 of Exhibit 10, what does that show?
A photograph of the decedent's neck with a suspected laceration wound.
And how about page 29, what does that show?
Another photograph of the decedent's neck with suspected laceration wounds.
Now, did you have an opportunity to observe the sidewalk area near the victim?
Yes.
And was there anything significant that you observed on the sidewalk?
There was suspected blood drops between the sidewalk and the decedent.
And so if we look at some of these pages, for example, 34 through roughly 39, what do those pages depict?
The suspected blood droplets and following them as they travel in an undetermined direction.
Okay, and were you able to ultimately follow those blood drops to any particular area?
Yes.
And what was that area that the blood drops took you to, so to speak?
1366 Joliet.
Okay, and if we look at, for instance, page 53, what are we looking at now?
The front walkway and porch area in front of 1366 Joliet.
And how about page 55? What does that depict?
The area directly in front of the front door of 1366 Joliet.
And what does page 57 show?
The ground directly in front of 1366 Joliet, the front door with the numbers on it.
And can you describe what the front, the very front door was like?
The front door consisted of a storm door with a screen and glass pane. It also consisted of a wooden door.
Okay, and if you look at, for instance, page 64, are one or both of those doors open at this point?
Both doors are open at that point.
Okay. And just in general terms, when you actually went inside of the unit, what were your immediate observations?
There was a large amount of suspected blood in the front hallway. That there appeared to be something knocked over on the dining room table.
Okay. And if we look at page 65, what do we see here?
The front foyer area leading to the front hallway with suspected blood on the floor.
And just moving through some of these. How about 72? What does that show us?
The front foyer area with suspected blood on the floor and a pair of shoes that have appeared to be disturbed.
And how about page 74? What does that show us?
The front hallway from the front foyer with suspected blood on the floor, walls, stairs, stair banisters.
And what does page 77 show us?
The front hallway showing more of the south wall with the suspected blood.
And how about page 79? What does that show us?
The dining room area off of the kitchen and front foyer.
And was there anything significant that you observed in the dining room area?
The disturbed fruit and fruit bowl
And where was the fruit bowl located?
on the table.
And page 78, what does that show?
The disturbed or suspected disturbed fruit on the floor.
And how about page 81? What does that show us?
The dining room table with the suspected disturbed fruit bowl and fruit.
And in the kitchen area, was there anything notable that you observed?
I did not observe any suspected blood in the kitchen. There appeared to be minimal obvious disturbance to the kitchen area.
And where is the kitchen located relative to the dining room area and the living room area?
The kitchen is between the dining room and the living room.
Looking at page 86, what does 86 show?
86 shows the kitchen sink.
Was there anything notable near the kitchen sink that you observed?
There was a knife and other cutlery items next to the kitchen sink.
Did any of those items appear to you to have any suspected blood on them?
I did not observe any suspected blood on the knife at the time of processing.
And if we look at 88, is that one of the knives that was observed in the kitchen?
Yes.
If we look at page 95, what are we looking at this point?
The living room from the kitchen.
And how about 96?
The same as the previous picture, moving forward into the living room.
And were there any significant observations that you made in the living room?
There appeared to be items surrounding the couch that were consistent with there have been a possible struggle.
And did you observe any more suspected blood in the living room?
Yes.
And where was that blood located?
There was blood located in front of the couch and along the north edge of the living room where the front hallway opened to.
And if we look at page 100, what does that show us?
The living room from the northwest corner showing the front hallway area and the entrance to the kitchen.
And where's the front door located that you would have to enter into from the front? Is that viewable in this photo?
Yes, it is in the top left corner.
And 101, what does that show us?
A glass door to the backyard area of the apartment.
Okay. And how about 102? What does that show us?
A close-up of a lock on the glass door.
Okay. And in the this first one, 101, is that the position that you found the lock in when you came into the residence?
Yes.
And would that be in the locked position or unlocked position?
That particular one would be in the unlocked position.
Just to clarify, so 102, does this show us locked or unlocked, if you know?
I do not know for certain.
Okay. In moving into the living room, 105, what does that show us?
The area directly in front of the couch.
And how about 107, what does that show us?
The area in front of the couch from the south side of the couch.
And was there anything significant in terms of physical evidence that you observed around the area of the couch?
There was suspected blood visible in this photo. A green vape type pen observed towards the upper left corner.
And looking at 109, what does that show us?
The area between an ottoman and the couch and a bowl of or container of dates.
Dates?
Yes.
Okay. And this might be a silly question, but the yellow object that's shown in that photo, what was that?
Banana peel.
And was it just the peel, or was there a banana too in there?
To the best of my recollection, just the banana peel.
Okay. And looking at 111, what's the object depicted next to, just to the left of the two pillows?
A flip-flop.
And was I guess a second corresponding flip-flop identified?
I do not recall off the top of my head.
Okay. And looking at 112, what's the green object that's depicted toward the middle of the screen?
The vape type pen.
And did you at some point use some evidence placards to mark some items?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of using placards for marking items when you're at a crime scene processing it?
To help visually place items in photographs, particularly items that may be too small to be visible in a wider shot, and to associate a number with evidence.
Okay, looking at page 117, do you see the placard number 1 indicated there?
Yes.
And what was placard number 1 placed there for?
A contact lens.
And if we look at slide 118 on exhibit 10, what does that show us?
A closer image of placard 1 and the contact lens.
And where was that located again relative to the couch?
That was located northwest of the couch.
Was that in the living room?
In the living room, yes.
Now, looking at page 128, what does that show us?
The area north of the living room couch could be termed still as the front hallway. And the floor with suspected blood.
And if we look at 129, are we just moving now closer to the front door from the living room?
Yes.
Okay, now was there anything significant about the suspected blood in this area that caught your attention?
There was suspected feet impressions in the blood.
Now, in your experience processing crime scenes, are you familiar with the difference between the type of impression that could be left by a barefoot as opposed to a shoe?
I'm not an expert in footwear or feet impressions.
Okay, and so would you be comfortable testifying as to the nature of the impressions in these photos?
No.
Okay. Looking further on page 131, what are we looking at here?
laptop on a side table at the north edge of the couch with suspected blood.
Okay, and how about 133? What does that depict?
The area north of the couch, or what can still be considered part of the front hallway floor, and the stairs to the basement behind them.
And does 139 show more of that basement staircase?
Yes.
And just kind of looking at 138, what does that show us?
The banister to the basement stairwell with a suspected blood droplet.
And did you see any other suspected blood on the basement staircase itself?
Yes.
Where was that blood positioned, if you recall?
There was suspected blood positioned along multiple steps of the stairs and along the far wall of the stairwell.
Okay, and looking at page 145, are we still near the basement stairs in this photo?
Yes.
And looking at page 150, does this show part of the staircase going downward?
Yes.
And how about 150? How about 155?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at 159, do you see the placard that's marked as placard number 2?
Yes.
And what did placard number 2 get positioned next to signify?
The green vape type pen.
Okay, and if we look at exhibit 160, is that just a closer up of that?
Yes.
Okay, and how about page 161? What does placard number 3 mark?
The gray laptop.
And just look at, for instance, page 167. What are we looking at there?
Papers that were on the side table underneath the gray laptop with suspected blood.
And how about 171? What are we looking at here?
Papers and a receipt that were on a table at the northwest corner of the living room next to the stairs going to the upper level.
Okay, and was there any suspected blood in that general area of the living room?
Not to my recollection.
And if we look at page 174, what does that show us?
The stairs going up to the upper level.
And did you also look upstairs when you were at the scene?
Yes.
And just starting with page 177, are we looking upstairs at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And what in general was upstairs in terms of the configuration of the residence?
There was 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a room utilized as an office space.
Okay. And if we look at page 180, where are we looking at now?
The southwest bedroom.
Okay. And 182, is this the same room?
Yes.
Okay. About 100 and one second. 195?
The bathroom upstairs.
Okay. And in terms of evidence that was collected or processed, was there anything significant that you found upstairs?
We collected 4 trace DNA swabs from different items upstairs.
Okay. And what's your purpose for swabbing items for DNA when you're at a crime scene like this one?
For any touch DNA that may have been left on an item to be processed later.
And just looking at page 199 and 200, are we in a different bedroom now upstairs?
Yes.
And was there anything significant that you observed in this bedroom?
The clothing was on the bed, was observed, and the open drawer on the storage unit.
Okay. And then you also mentioned there was a room utilized as an office upstairs.
Correct.
And looking at page 208, are we looking at that room now?
Yes.
And was there anything significant you observed in the office?
The office seemed to have minimal obvious disturbance, and there was an ADT security panel in the office.
Okay. And if we look at page 216, can you see that panel on that picture?
Yes.
And was that on, I guess, like that when you observed it?
To the best of my recollection, that was the state that it was in, with the screen being illuminated.
Now going back outside, you see, I guess page 218. You see the blue sign by the window?
Yes.
And what was that sign?
An ADT security sign.
Okay. And looking at page 228, what are we looking at here?
A key box on the front door.
And when you observed that key box, was that key box locked or unlocked?
The key box was initially closed but not locked.
And was there anything inside of the box when you observed inside the box?
No.
Okay. How about page 231? What are we looking at here?
The front door and the sensors.
And, Your Honor, may I approach with our high-tech joiner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you point out on page 231 where the sensors are?
Here. And here.
Okay. And this is the front door of the residence again, correct?
Correct.
Looking at page 233, again, just to reorient ourselves, where are we looking at in the home at this point?
The front foyer area leading to the front hallway.
Okay, and is there anything significant that's depicted here?
There is a key on a keychain on the floor.
Okay, and if we go to page 236, is that the same key, just closer up?
Yes.
And same for page 237?
Yes.
Okay. Just as an example, looking at page 248, what is the marker that's depicted on the wall here?
It is a scale.
And what's the purpose of that sort of marker?
To allow experts analyzing photographs taken to determine size of suspected blood.
Okay, and did you or your partner place some of the scales that are observed in some of these photos?
Yes.
Okay. And so if we look at 252 and 253, is that another scale?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of placing the scale observed here on page 253?
To document the suspected foot impression in the suspected blood to scale.
Okay. Looking at page 266, what do we see here?
The Michigan driver's license for Samantha Woll.
And we go back to 265. Where was that position?
On the bench in the front foyer.
Okay, and is that right near the front door?
Yes.
Looking at 279, what is shown on page 279?
The area in front of the couch after couch cushions and the blankets and pillows in front of the couch were moved.
And once those items were removed, was anything else revealed underneath them?
A flip-flop and a cell phone.
Okay. And did you personally collect that cell phone?
No.
Okay. We look at 285. Are we looking downstairs now?
Yes.
And how about 302? Are we looking at the basement at this point?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury how the basement was configured?
The basement opened up into a large area to the south and had a door connecting the basement to other basements within the complex.
Okay. And we look at 313. Is that the door that you mentioned that connects to other units in the building?
Correct.
And the condition that the door is in this photo on page 313, is that the condition that you first observed the door in when you were on scene?
Yes.
And looking at page 324, you see placard number 4.
Yes.
What was placard number 4 placed next to mark?
Another contact lens.
Okay, and if we look at 326, is that just a close-up of that?
Yes.
And is that still in the living room area?
Yes.
And you look at page 330, what are we looking at here?
The exterior side of the wooden front door.
Okay, and what's the purpose of the marker that was placed there?
That area was processed with white powder for latent prints.
Okay, and when you say latent prints, what do you mean by that?
Any type of pattern left by hand or palm touching an object.
Okay, and so when you process the scene, you mentioned earlier that you took some swabs for DNA. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what happens when you take a swab for possible DNA? What do you do with that swab?
That swab is packaged, turned over to the Detroit Police Department Property Control Unit for proper storage.
And when you package your swabs and they go into storage, are they marked in any specific way?
Yes.
And how are they marked?
They are marked with the report number, the location collected, and what it is a swab of.
Okay, so there'll be a description of what the swab is for potential future use, is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of your role as an evidence technician, do you get involved in making the decisions of which swabs get sent for follow-up testing versus which swabs don't get sent for testing?
No.
Do you play a role in figuring out which specific areas of the swab or of the residence to swab versus not to swab?
I was directed specific areas to swab at this residence.
Okay, and when you're taking those directions, who are you taking those directions from?
The officer in charge of the scene or members of their unit.
And would that be homicide detectives?
Yes.
Okay. And at this particular scene, did you also do some work to process for potential latent prints?
Yes.
And again, what's the purpose of doing that?
Latent prints can be used to identify a person who has touched an object.
Okay. And again, once those images are taken, do you play a role in determining what, if anything, is done with your images of a potential latent print?
No.
Okay. Did you, other than the DNA swabs of specific areas, did you collect any physical evidence at the scene?
Yes.
And what was the physical evidence that you collected at the scene?
The 2 contact lenses, the vape pen, the laptop. The front doorknob with the lockbox.
And the key, the photo that was shown of the key, did you also collect that item?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any other items physically that you collected and actually removed from the scene as part of your processing?
I would have to refer to my partner's report to refresh my recollection.
Okay. And when you say your partner's report, as a general matter, when you are part of a team that's processing a crime scene, you mentioned you were with a partner at this particular scene. Are you usually with a partner or alone?
crime scene services members operating on platoons 1 and 3 operate with a partner. Generally, members operating on platoon 2 operate by themselves.
Okay, and which platoon were you?
I was on platoon 1.
Okay, and so it's common for you to operate with a partner then?
Yes.
And as a general matter, when you and a partner process a scene, does one person get assigned the task of drafting a report documenting the work that was done?
Yes.
And even if, I guess you're not the person drafting the report, do you provide some input into the report?
I advise what may be mentioned in the report. As my partner at the time was a trainee, I review the report.
Okay, and so you reviewed your partner's report?
Yes.
In this case for accuracy. And what's the purpose of creating a report after processing a crime scene?
Written documentation of what was done and what was collected from scenes.
Okay, and if you took a look at your partner's report, would that refresh your recollection as to whether you actually collected any other physical evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with a copy of the report?
Okay.
I'm handing you a copy of your partner's report. Why don't you take a look at that and let me know if and when that refreshes your recollection. And having looked at your report, do you remember now whether you collected any further items of physical evidence other than what we discussed?
I did not collect any further items other than the items discussed and DNA swabs.
Okay, and in terms of the DNA swabs, approximately how many swabs did you create for purposes of collecting potential DNA at the scene?
There was approximately 19 swabs collected.
Okay, and do you have it sort of committed to memory, like the different items that you swabbed?
To ensure accuracy, I would need to refer to my partner's report.
Okay. Would you mind, I guess I want to go through the house, like room by room, to just have it put on the record what was swabbed. So, starting at the front door, did you swab anything at or near the front door area?
Yes.
And what did you swab at the front door area?
The inner panel of the glass pane of the storm door, the front doorknob, and suspected blood found on the floor within the open doors.
Okay, was the lockbox also swabbed?
Not to my recollection, the lockbox specifically.
And is that because the lockbox itself was physically collected and put on evidence?
Yes.
Okay. So moving now from the front door area into the dining room and kitchen area, was anything swabbed in the dining room or kitchen area?
The disturbed fruit bowl was swabbed for trace DNA, and the LaCroix can in the kitchen sink was swabbed for trace DNA.
Okay. And then going back into like the sort of foyer and hallway area leading to the living room, was anything swabbed in that area?
Multiple points of suspected blood were swabbed from the front foyer and front hallway area.
Okay, and how about the living room area? Was anything swabbed in that area?
The suspected blood in front of the couch was swabbed, and the overturned dates were swabbed for trace DNA.
Okay, and in terms of the upstairs, was anything swabbed in the upstairs area?
Yes.
And what was swabbed in the upstairs area?
the open drawer in the southeast bedroom, a vibrator in the bathroom, a LaCroix can in the bathroom, and the open nightstand drawer in the southwest bedroom.
Okay, and other than, I guess, those swabs that you mentioned, were there any other swabs for potential DNA that you took while you were at the scene?
Yes.
And what were those swabs?
2 suspected blood swabs from the walkways and sidewalk were collected, and trace DNA swabs of the decedent's hands were collected.
Okay. And in the walkway area, in the sidewalks outside, other than the blood that was on the ground, on the cement, did you see any other blood in that area?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Did you see any in the grass or in the bushes or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
And just for clarification, because I know we probably talk about swabs a lot. What is a swab? Like, what do you do when you take a swab? Can you walk us through that process?
A swab looks like a Q-tip on a long stick. They come in a pack of 2 and are utilized together as a singular swab. Water is added to the tip to moisten the swab to collect trace DNA. The item is swabbed and packaged within the wrapper and within a property envelope.
Okay. And all these items you mentioned that you swabbed and the items that you physically collected as physical evidence, do those all get packaged and placed in a secure location when you're done with them?
Yes.
Okay. And do they all get marked sort of in a logical way so that somebody can find them later?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
If we can approach this briefly.
Sure. Cross-examination?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just have some questions for you, and I'm going to be showing you some photos that were not previously shown. Just a couple of questions first and foremost. You indicated that you arrived on the scene at 7:40, correct?
Correct.
A.m.
Correct.
Okay. And there were responding officers, and you indicated that there was homicide detectives on the scene?
I do not recall when exactly they may have been there in relation to when I saw them.
Okay. But at some point in time, they arrived on the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And they gave you your directions on what type of evidence they wanted to be collected or processed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You yourself, you don't make those determinations on what is collected or processed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that you did a DNA swab on various items, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that you did a DNA swab on a vibrator that was upstairs?
Correct.
Okay. Did you do any type of latent print and processing for that particular item?
No.
Okay. Did you do any latent prints from the ADT system?
No.
Okay. And from your observation, that system appeared to be a touchscreen?
Yes.
Okay. And there was also a Mac computer upstairs?
I do not recall.
You don't recall? Okay. We'll get there. If we can go to, I'm not sure. Thank you. We go to slide number 59. Okay, and just to be clear, was it you or your partner who took these pictures?
I took the
You
pictures.
took the pictures? Okay. So when the original card said row, if we can go to slide number, I guess 1. Is there a reason why your partner's name's at the top of this particular document?
That is where I write my partner's name when I write photo cards.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. So we can go back to 59. You would agree that this is a photo of the screen door, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it has suspected blood on the inside of that door, correct?
Correct.
And if we can go to slide 67. And this is the actual door to the front door to the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that is suspected blood on the outside door handle of this door, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, this would be from the outside, not the inside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can scroll to 68. And it'll be fair that this is a close-up image of that same door with suspected blood on the doorknob from the outside, correct?
Correct.
If we can scroll to photo 69. You would agree that this is the deadbolt lock of that same door, correct?
Correct.
And it has suspected blood on the deadbolt, correct?
I do not recall.
Okay, but it does appear from this photograph that there is suspected blood in the top left corner, correct? Of the deadbolt.
Correct.
Okay.
My apologies, there was a glare.
Okay. Go to, 145. And this appears to be the hallway, I guess, adjacent to the stairs that is between the front door and the living room, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that there's a very high saturation of blood on the floor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that in this particular area is the highest concentration or saturation of blood in the apartment that you noticed?
I'm not an expert in blood analysis.
Oh, okay. But you did observe the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you saw other areas of blood, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that this particular area had more blood in it than other areas?
That would be fair to say.
Okay, thank you. If we can go to 156. And this would be a photograph of the stairs that's leading to the basement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that there is blood that is on these stairs, going downstairs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can go briefly to 296. And you would agree that this is another photograph of those same stairs that had blood going to the basement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would it be fair that you yourself did not photograph the actual basement floor that is leading from this particular steps?
I do not recall the extent of which that floor area was documented.
Okay. If we can go to photograph 304. And this depicts the basement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there is a sink that is depicted in this particular photograph, correct?
Correct.
Did you take pictures of the inside of that sink?
No, I did not.
Okay. It'd be fair that you didn't take any photographs of the floor leading from the bottom of the steps to that particular sink, correct?
Correct.
And while you were taking these photographs, were you being directed of every single photograph to take, or did you have some discretion yourself?
I was not being directed in each individual photograph to take, no.
Okay. So it'd be fair that you had discretion on which photographs were taken, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it was your decision to not photograph the basement floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your decision not to photograph the inside of the sink, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go back up to 171. Now, you indicated that this was a table that was on the main floor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And from your observation, this table was not disturbed, correct? It didn't appear to be.
Correct.
Okay. If we can go to 268. In this photograph depicts a wallet and some car keys, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it'd be fair to say that this wallet was there, obviously, when you got there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it didn't seem to be disturbed from your observation, correct?
I would say that would be fair.
Okay. And there's also some car keys there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And from your observation of these car keys, it looks like it's some type of remote, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that remote, it seems like it has a panic button on there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with panic buttons?
Yes.
Okay. But you would agree that if you push the panic button, then the alarm of the car would go off, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, you or your partner had to open the wallet in order to retrieve her ID from the wallet, correct?
To the best of my recollection, the ID was next to it when I documented it.
Okay. If you could refresh your memory maybe from the report, just to be clear. Oh, your partner's report. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you or did your partner have to open the wallet to retrieve her ID?
My partner has it documented that the wallet contained the ID.
Okay, so the ID was inside the wallet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the ID had to be removed from the wallet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If we can go to slide 320. Okay, and from your observation, this is a table, correct? That was on the main floor, correct?
Correct.
with suspected blood on one of the cards, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would also agree that there's money on this table, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And obviously the money was there when you got there if you photographed it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would also agree that there are a couple credit cards, one being American Express and I believe one for a credit union that was on this picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And obviously those were there since you photographed it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that, from your opinion, that there was some type of struggle in the living room, correct?
There was items strewn consistent with there being a struggle, but it could have been anything.
Okay, but you did testify that it appeared to be a struggle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that was your opinion at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that was your opinion today, correct?
Correct.
And you also indicated that there was a fruit bowl that was knocked over in the kitchen?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that this particular sheet that was over the body, from your, I guess, estimation, this sheet was to preserve the body from unauthorized viewing?
In a way of putting it, yes.
Okay. So this sheet wasn't placed on the body to maybe preserve the body from debris blowing in from the from the atmosphere or surrounding areas?
It could, yes.
Okay, but when you were asked the question, you didn't indicate that that was a purpose for the sheet. From your knowledge, the purpose, sole purpose, at least what you testified to, of this sheet was to prevent unauthorized viewing, correct?
As I did not place the sheet, I cannot attest to what the intent when it was placed there, only what I observe it to be.
Okay, and you do remember it was somewhat of an objection when you were testifying to that earlier, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then after that objection, you stated, from what your knowledge and your experience, the reason for this sheet was for the particular reason you testified to, which was to stop other people, so to speak, from looking at this, correct?
Correct.
So I guess, are you testifying now that you don't know why this sheet was placed on? Is that what you're saying?
I can attest that the reason stated is one of possible reasons that it was placed there.
Okay, but you're not sure though, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated that this blood was damp. Did you collected some of the blood from outside?
Yes.
Okay. And how long after you arrived on the scene did you collect the blood?
I do not recall an exact time frame of when the blood was collected.
Okay. Did you collect the blood from the hallway where, I guess, slide number 145? Did you collect blood from this particular area?
Yes.
Did you? Okay. And did it appear to be damp from this area?
The blood from that area was collected from the door. I do not recall what state.
I'm sorry, it was collected from which door?
The door leading to the ground level bathroom. The white door on the edge of the photo.
Okay, so just to be clear, was blood collected from the floor of this particular picture?
I do not recall the exact placement of where the blood was collected from the front foyer and front hallway areas.
Okay, but you were tasked with that job, correct?
I assisted with that job.
Okay, you assisted your partner, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and your partner was in a training capacity, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you were pretty much instructing your partner on what to do because you had the seniority in the situation, correct?
I
correct?
instructed her to collect blood from where the officers in charge requested the blood to be collected from.
Okay. To your knowledge, did the officers in charge ever request you or your partner to collect blood from the floor of this particular pitcher?
I do not recall at this time.
You don't recall? Is there any way that could refresh your memory, such as the report you're holding?
Yes, I will refresh my memory with the report.
Please do. Does that refresh your memory?
The wording of the report states that a suspected blood swab was collected from the floor of the hallway.
Okay. And do you know whether or not the blood was damp when that suspected blood was collected?
I do not recall.
You don't recall? Okay. Was that something that maybe is in your report?
No.
Okay. Is that something that you normally put in your report?
No, not always.
Okay. So you testified that the blood outside was damp. Was that based upon something that was in your report or something in your memory?
Based off my memory.
Your memory? Okay. So your memory doesn't go as far to remember whether or not this particular area blood was damp, correct?
My memory was referring to blood next to the decedent and that area being damp, not specific to where blood was swabbed.
Okay, I know, I understand that. But you would agree that based upon your memory, you remember that particular area of being damp, correct?
At the time it was documented, yes.
Okay. And it'll be fair that your memory does not go to whether or not this particular area had damp blood.
There was damp blood observed on the floor. As to whether or not that specific damp blood was swabbed, I do not recall.
Okay. So I wasn't asking whether or not that damp blood. I'm asking, maybe I'm unclear. Maybe I'm being confusing. Just to be clear, this particular area, if you need to turn and look at it, this area on the floor, was the blood damp? Yes or no when it was collected?
That blood was damp? Yes.
It was damp?
To the best of my recollection, that blood was damp.
Okay. If we could go to photo 209. And you would agree that this is a Mac computer, correct?
I'm not familiar with Mac computers.
Okay.
I can attest that it is a monitor at the very least.
Okay. So did you ever walk around to the other side of this monitor to see if there was a computer?
I walked around to the other side. I do not recall observing a desktop type item on the desk at this time.
Okay. Did you lift any latent prints from this monitor?
No.
Okay. Did you lift any latent prints from the desk?
No.
Okay. If we can go to 215. You would agree that there's a keyboard and a mouse of some sort there?
Yes.
Okay. So to be fair, that you didn't lift any latent prints from this mouse, correct?
Correct.
Now, as you're going through the house and you're taking pictures of different items, are you then going back to report to the detective and say, hey, I just saw a mouse upstairs, I just saw a whatever item it is, to let the detective know that, hey, this particular item could have latent prints on there? Did you do that?
I did not specifically tell any officers on scene that there was a mouse on that desk, no.
Okay. Did you tell them about the ADT system?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever suggest and say, hey, maybe I can lift latent prints from this ADT system?
I did not.
Okay. And if we can go to 217. And this is the ADT system that we're referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the best of your knowledge, this appears to be a touchscreen, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay, you didn't see any type of physical keyboard that was associated with this monitor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you, obviously you took a picture of this, do you know whether or not that black dot at the top of that ADT is a camera or not?
I do not.
You don't know? Okay. If we can go to 222. And this is the, if we can look at 222, you would agree that this is the inside of the main door to the townhouse, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you would agree that this is suspected blood on this particular door, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and this is from the inside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Questions from the jury? I don't see any hands. Thank you. Come back around behind the bench.
Okay.
Oh, get your. I think it's a good time to take a break. We're going to take a break until 2:45, or so about 13 minutes. Okay. Do you want to go outside or just go back to use restrooms? Go back to use restrooms. All rise for the jury.
He's indicated he doesn't have to use it, but
Doesn't matter. We're still going to take it back. Deputy's going to use the restroom. provide that to Josh. Josh will do it.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, Friday via Zoom, please, just to place on record. Thank you.
As long as we have the dust of it.
He said Josh is calling for try to expedite it.
Remember when it's 16? 7 pages, 8 pages. They haven't charged us another by third, but the habeas never finished the second case of the habeas status. We were never convicted in that case because he's been in habeas status. Okay, a motion to dismiss. Tyree, Tyree's comments. We've, so Mr. Holman, that motion, verify what happened with these guys.
Yeah. I think he did leave 2 copies. I got a copy of this supplement too.
It's not actually a conviction, but we need to remand back to the court. Please hold a second.
Is there anything different about the case?
Who's your next witness?
Sergeant Sal, we got, hopefully we'll get to more.
A little quicker than last one.
Yeah, these ones will, there's 2 quick ones, and then the next one will be like a little bit longer, but we can at least get started on it.
And we break by 3:45. 3:45. 3:40?
4:15.
Oh, we have to change them out?
4:15, 4:30.
Yeah, they get off at 4, and so does Kim, so that's,
That's not an option. Court doesn't pay overtime.
yeah. I'm here till 4:30, but
I forgot my deputies have to change them out here before they take them back, so. that's why it's- should have come back on and then immediately closed. Our second page is all 24 hours. Okay. Put it out. Knock on the door, just let the jurors know, give them the 1 minute. Make sure they're all out of the restroom. So far, they haven't been running for the restroom just as we're ready to bring the restroom. Usually, every case, as soon as we're ready to start, someone's like,
They're all the way back.
all the way back.
We'll tell Jonathan later that the jury officer said he can go, I asked if he could go at the end of each service on Thursday after the break to get a letter.
Or things work right, because they're not there. I thought they all came home.
I emailed back and now it's otherwise, so I suppose I thought that.
Yep. Ready for the jury?
Yep.
All rise for the jury. You may be seated.
Recalling case number 24-000-535, People versus Michael Jackson-Bolanos. Appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ryan Elsey for the people.
Dominic DeGrazia on behalf of the people.
And Brian Brown on behalf of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos.
Attorney Christian Woodby is co-counsel on behalf of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos, present to my right.
And I do know for the record, Mr. Jackson-Bolanos is present, all counsel are present, and our 16 jurors have returned to the courtroom. And we are ready to proceed with your next witness.
People call Sergeant Darren Zhao.
Convention.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Good afternoon. Darren Zhao, D-A-R-O-N-Z-H-O-U.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Where do you work, sir?
Currently work for the media team with the Detroit Police Department.
All right, and so are you an actual police officer?
Yes, I'm a sergeant with the Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer for?
8 years.
And were you working as a police officer back on October 21st of 2023?
Yes.
Now, on that date, where were you assigned at that time?
On that date, I was assigned to the homicide unit, Northeast Division.
All right, so within all the different police officers who are assigned to the homicide division, are those officers divided into separate units within that division?
Yes.
All right, and the Northeast Division is a section of the city in Detroit?
That's correct.
All right, and so on that day, at around 8 o'clock in the morning, did you go to the area of 1368 Joliet Place?
I did.
And why were you called out to that area?
I was notified that there was a scene at the location and it required our response.
All right, and that part of the city that I've just referred to, that address, is that in the Northeast section's geographical location?
That's correct.
All right. And so did you actually go to the scene on October 21st at around 8 o'clock in the morning?
I did.
And what was your role there when you first arrived?
Yes, my role there when I first arrived is to just assess the scene, make notations of observations that is going on up there. There's certain evidence, things that need to be done. We report out to our unit so we could work in tandem, just so we could figure out information, possibly witnesses that we could locate that might have more information to this particular crime.
Now, are you familiar with what's referred to as a team report?
Yes.
And is that a report that's created within or created by officers within the homicide division of the Detroit Police Department?
Yes.
And what type of information is part of that team report?
Yes. So a team report is a document that we do as a unit. It pretty much gives a synopsis of all the information regarding the scene, evidence that's collected, witnesses that we talk to, and any significant information that we could put on this document so we could work together with the information that we gather.
And so did you author a team report in this case, in terms of the investigation of the death of Samantha Woll?
I did.
Now, this team report, is that created just of observations and information that are available at the crime scene at the time that the crime scene is first discovered?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just walk us through, do you remember exactly what time you arrived at that scene?
It was early morning on that date, roughly 8 a.m. That you stated.
Would that time be notated on your report?
Yes.
If I were to show you a report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach it?
Okay.
Yes.
That refreshes your memory?
Yes.
So what time did you arrive at the scene?
8:15 a.m.
So can you just walk us through what you personally did when you arrived at the scene that morning?
When I first arrived to the scene, or me specifically, I approached the scene, observed the individual, the scene outside location, talk with the officers at the location, see what they initially did and assessed, and pretty much work with the rest of my homicide team unit in terms of what needs to be gathered at this information, make notifications for evidence techs to make the location for collection of evidence.
Now, did you ever have a cause to enter the townhouse located at 1366 Joliet?
Yes.
And what caused you to go inside that townhome?
When I made the location, information was provided to me that this location was associated to this crime that happened. The victim was in front of the location just to the left of that entrance, and there was an open door. There was blood also bleeding up into this unit. That caused us to follow up with the investigation.
So when you proceeded inside the interior of 1366, Can you just describe what observations you made as you proceeded into the residence?
Yes. Resident, there was an open door as I walk in and approach. Significant amount of blood that was inside the hallway leading into the unit in that matter.
All right. Now, in terms of how homicide scenes are processed by the homicide division, typically do homicide detectives themselves pick up different objects or swab different items for potential pieces of evidence?
Well, for a homicide scene, we usually leave the evidence where it is. We try not to disturb anything. My job specifically would be to notify the evidence techs, and they would ultimately do the collection.
Now, in this particular case, do you remember whether there were any cellular devices found within the living room of the first floor of 1366?
Yes.
Describe, if you observed that, where you observed that.
Yeah, that device that you're speaking of was located underneath the couch inside the main den of the location.
So, officer, we're going to show, as part of People's Exhibit 10, we are going to show slide 281. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, that's the black cell phone that was recovered underneath the couch of that location.
All right. Now, you mentioned that typically you will have evidence tech personnel pick up items. Now, are cellular devices different in some regard?
Yes. So the reason why we stand by for them to do so is just to document the location where it was found. So once the evidence tech captures the location of where the device is, then we will proceed with the collection of said item.
So why would you, as a homicide detective, prioritize a cellular device as opposed to any other item of evidence that could be located?
Well, cellular devices, there's a lot of information on there containing whether it's text messages, calls, anything, and it's also, there's a battery life to it too. So in case the phone depletes the energy source, there's promptness that we want to get that device recovered and turned over to our data analyst that will collect the information from it.
And at least at the time where you were able to observe the cellular phone in the living room, did you have any knowledge about who that device might have belonged to?
I assume it belonged to the person that resides at that location.
That's an assumption, but you don't actually know at the time, do you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in terms of that cellular device that we're looking as part of People's Exhibit 10, did you actually collect that cellular device yourself?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 11. Ask you if you recognize the object I'm holding?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
That's the phone that was collected from the location.
And this is the item that you collected?
Yes.
People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 11.
I'm just curious how he has a basis of it. I mean, does he know based upon the evidence, tracker number, or is he just saying, I just remembered that this particular iPhone is the iPhone that was seized? Because it seems like a common phone. That's the only objection I have other than that.
Well, how can you tell?
I recall that that's the phone that was collected at the location. It's been tagged through property and placed in our evidence tracker.
Is your name on there as being the one that put it in there, or somebody else did?
It would be under the evidence tracker under the report.
Well, let me ask you this. You're looking at a picture, and you recognize that picture is what you saw, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, the object I'm holding, does it resemble the object
Yes.
that you've seen on the screen?
It does.
And do you remember that from resembling the object that is depicted on the screen?
Yes.
I'm just no question that it resembles it. I just want to know that he knows that this particular object is what it purports to be. That is this exact phone that he sees on this particular night or day, and place it on evidence. The evidence number is ABC whatever, and I haven't heard that yet. He's just saying, does it look similar? And I don't believe that in the court.
You placed it on evidence that night?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what evidence number you placed it under?
That should be evidence 112.
What's the evidence tag on this object?
Evidence tag 112.
That'll be admitted.
Aside from the cellular phone that we just referred to, did you collect any other items that were inside the residence?
I did not collect any other evidence besides that cell phone.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Is it Sergeant? I'm sorry, Sergeant.
Sergeant.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on the scene, were the evidence techs already there, or did you arrive prior to them?
I don't recall if they came before me. Usually we would notify them once we make the location, so that's why.
Okay.
That's why my questions came off that way.
Okay, and you were the officer in charge at this particular scene, correct?
I was one of many officers that arrived to location, but we have many officers in charge at this time. It was not specified who was in charge of this location.
Okay. Did you ever direct the evidence techs to process or collect certain evidence?
Yes.
Okay, so that was your job, or one of your jobs at the scene was to direct the evidence techs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you recovered this phone, what did you do with it?
When I recovered this phone,
Cell phone, yes.
The cell phone that was shown in exhibit, this phone was placed on evidence and turned over to our forensic cell phone team.
For an extraction from the phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was this phone ever analyzed for blood or fingerprints?
I don't recall if that's been done.
Okay. So you wouldn't know whether or not there was blood on this phone, correct?
I don't recall if there was blood on this device at this time.
But you didn't do any type of analysis to determine whether or not that was the case, correct?
I personally did not.
Okay. Nor did you request an analysis to be done on this particular phone to find out whether or not there was blood on it, correct?
I personally did not. No.
Okay. And to your knowledge, you're not sure if that happened, to your knowledge, correct?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Now, you were able to view the scene, of course, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also were able to view photographs from the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you noticed in the, I guess, dining room, there was maybe the kitchen, a fruit bowl that seemed to be knocked over, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And from your observation, it seemed like there could have been a struggle, correct?
From my observation, it was disturbed, that fruit bowl. Yeah.
It was disturbed, okay. And did that ring a bell in your mind as when you looked at that particular bowl that it was disturbed at a crime scene?
Yes, I mean, it looked like it was knocked over.
Okay. And part of your job is to find clues, is to look at the evidence and the little nuances to see if it paints a picture in your mind, correct?
That's one of many facets of my job.
Of course. And if you see certain things, like maybe knocked over, that normally may not have been knocked over, you try to deduce whether or not it appears that it could have been a struggle, correct?
That's fair to say.
Okay. And you also looked into the living room, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you saw like maybe pillows on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and from your observation and from your training and experience, it appeared it was a struggle in that room also, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
From your training and experience, when you observed the pillows that were on the floor in the living room, in your mind's eye, you came to the conclusion that there could have been a struggle in this room, correct?
To answer your question, items were disturbed in the location. In terms of struggle, I can't really speculate to what type of involvement that happened there.
Okay. But as far as being a detective, sometimes you have to speculate, right? You have to look at certain clues and try to arrive to an answer, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And in this case, you looked at the clues and you arrived at an answer, correct? Or at least what you believe to be an answer, correct?
We had theories in our investigation. I mean, those are just things that we look into.
Absolutely.
But in terms of what specifically happened, we let the evidence speak to what actually happened at the location.
Of course, of course. And one of your theories, it could have been a struggle based upon the evidence as it appeared to you, correct?
That may be one of the incidents or theories, yes.
Okay, just to be clear. So one of the conclusions or theories, one of the theories you had was there could have been a struggle, correct?
Fair.
Okay, thank you. If we can go to exhibit number 10. I guess we can start at slide number 320. And Sergeant, you were able to, you see this picture, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that this picture was taken from the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that this photograph depicts some money and some credit cards, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to personally observe that at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We could go to 268. And Detective, you were also able to partially observe what's depicted in 268, which appears to be a wallet and a key fob, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go to 251. And you were also able to partially observe this area in the hallway, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that there's a very high concentration of blood in this area, correct?
Yeah, it's a significant concentration, yes.
Okay. And you would also agree that from your observation, this particular area had the highest concentration of blood, correct?
This area has a significant amount of concentration of blood, yes.
Okay. You would agree that it has the highest concentration of blood out of this apartment, correct?
I would say it's significant concentration of blood in this area.
Would you or would you not say the highest concentration?
Objection. It's been asked and answered 3 times. Has it been asked and answered 3 times? I've heard it twice at least.
I mean, has it been answered? I asked him whether or not it's the highest.
Is it a different way?
Do you remember testifying at a preliminary examination?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember the exact question, page 27-2. Okay, now if we go to exhibit number 4 and the blood stain at exhibit number 4, you would agree that there's a high concentration of blood. Matter of fact, the highest concentration of blood seemed to be in this particular area, correct? Answer, yes. You remember testifying to that at the exam?
Yes.
Okay. And it was true when you said it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree that this particular picture has the highest concentration of blood in the apartment, correct?
It's a significant concentration of blood in this location.
Okay. Now, were you aware that this apartment had a Macintosh, a Mac computer upstairs? with a mouse and a keyboard?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever direct your forensic techs to get latent prints from these objects?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there something that could refresh your memory as to whether or not you gave that directive?
I don't know if I gave that directive, but I don't recall that being done.
Okay. So to be fair, that you did not give that directive, correct?
I don't recall if it's been done.
Okay. Would it be also fair that you didn't give a directive to your forensic techs to lift any latent prints from a suspected vibrator that was found in the bathroom?
I don't recall having them pull any prints from a vibrator, no.
Okay. And you were aware that there was a touchscreen ADT system inside of this residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it would be fair that you never directed the forensic techs to lift any latent prints from the ADT system, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, as a detective, are you familiar with robberies as part of, I guess, investigating homicides?
I'm familiar with investigating homicides.
Okay. And are you familiar with investigating, I guess, a theory of a particular robbery if you're investigating a homicide?
That's something that we would consider.
Okay.
But,
Okay. And certain variables that you consider are whether or not it looks like certain items were ransacked, drawers open, correct?
Yes.
Whether things were taken, correct?
Yes.
Such as maybe money?
That would be an item, yes.
Such as a purse? A wallet? Correct?
Those are things to be considered, yes.
Okay. Another thing could be a computer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Another thing would be car keys, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And you would agree, in this particular resident, there was money that was in plain view that we saw earlier, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That didn't seem like it was disturbed, correct?
No.
Okay. You also agree that there were credit cards in plain view, correct?
Are you referring to your exhibit earlier that you showed?
Yes.
Those were all inside the wallet. They weren't out
On the
displayed.
So you're telling me that the credit card, which was in a separate place next to the couch, was removed from the wallet and then placed on the table by the couch?
Those items are documented as captured by evidence text. Those items would be removed from the purse to know exactly what items were in there and then taken a picture of.
Okay, so if we can go back to slide number 268. And if we can go up to slide 265. And you would agree that there is a ID that is outside of the wallet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And from your understanding, the forensic tech took that particular ID out the wallet, correct?
This item would have been taken out
Okay.
outside the wallet, yes.
And you would agree that the wallet or the photograph of we can go to 322. You would agree that this is in a very separate area than what we just previously saw. So just to be clear, you're telling us that somebody took the money in wallet, the money in credit card out of the wallet and moved it all the way to a separate part of the apartment just to document it? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, the items were taken to capture all the items that were in the wallet. And this.
Okay, but you would agree that there's nowhere in this photograph there is her ID, correct? You would agree that her ID is not in this photograph, correct?
That's correct.
So you're saying that in this photograph, you're saying that allegedly her contents of her purse were removed and placed at another location, but you forgot to take out her wallet, which was also inside of her purse? Is that what you're telling us?
Can you repeat your question?
Okay. You can visualize what we're looking at, correct? So you're telling us that the contents of her wallet were allegedly removed and placed on this table in the living room, but you failed to place her ID or driver's license in this same photograph, but allegedly it was also in her wallet. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
So you're saying that the ID is not captured in this photo. That's
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
But those items, in my understanding, if I could recall, that they were items from that purse.
Okay. From your understanding, will you just base it upon your memory, or what?
Based on my recollection of what happened.
Okay. Do you have any report that would substantiate this theory of yours?
If it's provided in my team,
Okay, but you knew you were testifying today in court, right?
Yes.
And you read a report prior to coming, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after reading that report, do you remember anywhere in that report where somebody indicated that they took all of these contents out of her purse? Okay.
I do not.
If we can go to 320. You would agree that there's blood on one of the cards, correct? You would agree there's blood there, or suspected blood, I'm sorry. On two of the cards. You would agree to that, correct?
Right.
Okay. So what you're saying is there was blood on these cards prior to taking them out?
So
Is that,
I'm referring to.
what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the credit card, if I may. That was possibly one of the items from the wallet. These other cards, from looking at it now, they were at the location at the time of that incident. That wasn't taken out.
Okay, so you said possibly. So would it make sense to move something from another location and place it to a location where things are already existing and then photographing it? Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. So thinking back, you're telling us that as the detective, sergeant detective on the scene, you're telling us that's what happened, that these contents were taken from her purse and then moved to another location and then photographed with other things that were already there? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that some of the contents that was inside her purse were taken out to look at and photograph.
Okay.
And in my understanding that these may have been the cards.
They may be cards. Okay.
Yes.
Would you agree that maybe only thing that was removed and photographed from her purse was her driver's license?
That may be so.
Okay. And it's possible that you're confused as to what actually was removed from her purse, correct?
Perhaps.
Okay. And you would agree that her purse, if we can go back to or if we can pan out on 322, we can go to 322. You would agree that this is a table that seems adjacent to the couch in the living room, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is where the credit cards and the money is at, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go back to 268. I'm sorry. You would agree that her purse is next to a bike by the steps as you enter the apartment, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that these are in totally different areas, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So just to be clear, you're probably mistaken about taking those credit cards and the money out, correct? That'd be a fair statement, correct?
We took items out of that purse.
Okay.
But
I'm not disputing that.
yes.
My question is, would it be a fair statement that you're mistaken on taking that money and the credit cards out and moving them over to the couch, correct?
There was items that were taken out from this purse.
Okay. And the items that were taken out from the purse are photographed next to the purse, correct? Such as the ID, correct?
That's one of the items.
Okay.
Yes.
And you don't want to disturb a crime scene, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of taking pictures are to capture items in their original location, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you later needed to testify to it or illustrate what things were, that's the purpose of taking that picture, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as a detective, it wouldn't make sense to remove an item from the entry point and then photograph it in an entirely different room next to items that were already presently there. Correct? That wouldn't make sense, would it?
Objection. Whether it makes sense to Mr. Brown or not is irrelevant. So,
I'm just asking if it
whether it makes sense to him is of no relevance here.
I'm asking if it makes sense to him, not me. I didn't say it doesn't make sense. I'm asking him, does it make sense to him?
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Now, I'll repeat the question. Does it make sense to you, as a detective, as a sergeant, in homicide, to remove items from a bench in the entryway and take the items out and place them in another location of the house next to items that were already there? Does that make sense?
So these items were photographed at a location that's separate from.
Okay. Does it make sense to you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Yes or no? Does it make sense?
No.
Okay, thank you. And you were also able to identify, or from your opinion, suspected footprints, bare footprints inside of the blood, correct? We'll go to, hold on. 253. From your opinion, that appears to be a footprint, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you come up with a theory, or at the time of your investigating this particular crime scene on that particular night?
Yes.
Did you? Okay. At that time, did you think it could have been a possible robbery? Based upon the things that were depicted in the photograph that were left, did you feel that it could have been a robbery?
Yes.
Honestly.
Yes.
You did?
Based on the thorough investigation that we had at that time, there were furniture in the location, especially particular upstairs, that were disturbed. So that was one of the theories we had at the time. That
Furniture
it
that was
potentially.
disturbed? Okay. Did it appear that any of the drawers had been ransacked or searched through?
The drawers were pulled out.
Did it appear that the drawers were ransacked or looked through?
They appear that they were open and.
That's not my question. My question is, did they appear that they were ransacked or looked through? Yes or no?
They were disturbed. Yes.
So you're not going to answer the question?
Objection. Argumentative.
You just answered the question.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Sergeant, you were asking questions about whether you ever documented any reports about whether items were taken out of purses or drawers, things of that nature.
Yes.
Do you recall now whether you've documented any of those things in any reports?
If it may be documented on the team.
If you might look at a report, could that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Approach.
Yes,
Does that refresh your memory?
it does.
All right, so did you ever document in any report whether any items were taken out of purses or drawers, things of that nature?
Yes.
All right, now, specifically, a credit card, insurance card, did you ever document where those objects were taken from?
Yes.
Where were they taken up from?
They were taken it next to this couch area that was shown in the exhibit.
Okay, in the living room?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Any further?
Oh, okay. So just be clear, after reading your report, you now know that this credit card was never in her purse, correct?
After looking at my report, it refreshed my memory, and it's understood that that credit card was found next to this couch in the living room.
And to be clear, the only thing that was removed from her purse as far as cards, I guess, were her ID, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any further? Questions from the jury? Write down, counsel approach. When you first saw the wallet in the deceased townhouse, was the ID inside or outside of the wallet?
Believe it was inside the wallet.
Where was the wallet?
The wallet was located in the front entrance next to that bike that you seen in the exhibit. Sorry.
In which exhibit? Counsel,
Exhibit 10, Your Honor.
can you pull it up?
Publishing page 265.
And the wallet is the, where?
The wallet is right there next to the tire in that little blue kind of, it looked like a little blue bag.
Like ID case? type
Yes,
thing?
ID case, sorry.
Okay. And when you arrived on the scene, did you discuss the scene with the emergency medical staff referred to as medics earlier, who were first on scene?
They already made the location and pronounced the individual. I don't believe I made any contact with the EMS individuals at the scene.
Anything further based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Just to be clear, when you're saying the wallet, you mean withheld her ID. When you said the blue object, you mean...
Can I point to the item
Yes.
specifically? If there's a pointer.
Actually, the next picture might show it better.
That, okay.
Yes, that
Okay.
item that's directly above the
If we
driver
go back up to
license.
265, if you know if that item was removed, and we can agree that that's her purse, the brown object that's right above the wallet, we can agree that's her purse?
That's a purse at the location.
Okay. And do you know if that wallet was removed from the purse?
I don't recall.
Okay, but that purse was in this same location, correct?
That's
That is
correct.
Depicted. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Any other questions from the jurors? Write down. Council approach again. If you know, was the gold Amex card valid or not expired at the time of the crime scene being processed?
I do not know at this time. At that time.
Anything further from the
There you go.
Brown?
Nothing further.
Any other questions from the jury? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Next witness, can we start somebody for 15 minutes or 10 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. The people call Special Agent Eli Bowers.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Sir, can you please pull the microphone right in front of your mouth, please, and state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is Eli Bowers. Last name is Bowers. First name is Eli.
Pull a little closer for the microphone.
Sure.
please. Thank you. You may proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a special agent with the FBI here in Detroit.
And how long have you been a special agent with the FBI?
Right around 9 years.
And what are your current sort of responsibilities as a special agent with the FBI?
Currently, I'm a case agent on a child exploitation human trafficking squad, but for this particular case, I was exercising my duties as a crime scene photographer for the evidence response team.
Okay, and when you say evidence response team, what is the FBI's evidence response team?
So it's comprised of agents and professional staff who are specially trained in responding to various scenes, conducting searches, collecting evidence, things like that.
And how long have you been a member of the FBI's evidence response team?
It would be 6 or 7 years at this point.
And do you have any sort of specialized training in processing crime scenes?
Yes, I'm a crime scene photographer, which requires additional training beyond the typical evidence response team training.
Okay, and what is the typical evidence response team training consist of?
Well, it's a approximately 80-hour training, and it just goes over not only just general evidence collection, meaning you would find something and collect it, and you do that, with gloves on, certain bagging techniques, taping, sealing, things like that. But then we also get into the more forensic things that you may see, may see on TV, doing fingerprint collection, latent fingerprint collection. Could be using alternative light source, trying to get something to fluoresce if there's blood stains. Just goes along the entire, the full gamut of what you would expect a forensically trained investigator to know how to do.
Okay, and what does the training consist of to become a crime scene photographer that you undertook?
So that would be, there's a little bit of a crime scene portion of the basic ERT training. I say ERT, meaning evidence response team. But the additional training is approximately a week long, and that is just one full week of conducting crime scene documentation with a camera. And that would include not only just the documentation to see how a scene is, how it was left, but also some of the more complicated scenes, documenting things with scale, certain zoom levels, things like that for forensic analysis back in the lab.
Okay. And as part of your role with the FBI's evidence response team, did you go to the location of 1366 Joliet Place in Detroit on October 21st of 2023?
I did.
And what was the purpose of the FBI's evidence response team going to that location?
We were asked by, in this case, by the Violent Crime Task Force supervisor who was assisting the local investigators with the with this incident that occurred, with this homicide that occurred.
And what is the Violent Crimes Task Force?
So that's a task force, multi-agency task force that is, it's ran out of the FBI building. The task force officers are police officers that are given federal enforcement and investigative authority, and that they assist agents and these task force officers assist with various investigations involving violent crimes.
Okay, and why did the Violent Crimes Task Force call the evidence response team to this particular scene?
Well, this particular scene, the local crime scene techs, which were through the Detroit Police Department, needed some additional assistance with the documentation of the scene, just because the scene was a little bit more unusual.
Okay, and what made it unusual?
Well, it's just the size of the scene, as far as, in this case, in particular, it was the volume of blood that was in the scene, and they were looking for some guidance and some assistance in how best to document that vast quantity of blood spread over a reasonably large area.
And do you remember approximately what time you arrived on scene?
It was about 3 o'clock, give or take.
Would that be 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes, it was.
On the 21st. And at the time that you arrived, I'm just showing on the screen here page 124 of People's Exhibit 10, which has already been admitted. Do you see the suspected blood in that area on that photo?
Yes, I do.
By the time you arrived on the scene, did the blood look like that?
Excuse me. Not quite. It had changed. This is the first time I've seen this picture, but by the time we got there, the blood had dried, so it changes its appearance a little bit.
And in your experience processing crime scenes, what's the general difference in appearance between blood that hasn't dried and blood that has dried?
Well, first and foremost, it's just sort of common sense. If it's a wet liquid versus a dry one, you see that sort of glossy appearance. But something that you could catch in a photo would be more typically that the blood becomes, it actually becomes a little bit more rust-colored, a little bit browner. It kind of changes its hue a little bit.
Okay, and when you were on scene, approximately how many other individuals from the FBI were there with you?
There were 3 others, including me.
Okay, and when you were on scene, were you the one that was designated to take photographs of the scene from the FBI?
Yes, I was.
And did you take some photographs?
I did.
And what was your sort of overall objective in taking the photographs that you took?
It was to document, we like to say in the crime scene photographer world that we wanted to tell the story, meaning tell the story potentially how something occurred, how something got there, but also to take it in a way that someone in a courtroom setting or someone sitting at a desk could see these pictures and be able to piece together in their minds what we saw when we got there without having to, just by looking at the pictures alone.
Okay, and when you took photos, did you use any sort of scales or measurements in connection with documenting the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
Well, after telling the story with those pictures, with the sort of the overall pictures, we also wanted to get into a bit of the nitty-gritty as far as showing the dispersal of blood and just how we do that by documenting. In this case, we did it in a grid pattern, but we showed scale to show, say, how big a blood droplet is, how large a swath of dry blood is, something like that. It just sort of lets the lab examiner, someone outside of the actual crime scene, really take a deep dive into perhaps coming up with theories on how blood got there, how much blood there was, things like that.
And prior to your testimony today, have you reviewed the photos that you took at this specific crime scene?
I have.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict your own observations when you were out at the scene on October 21st?
Absolutely.
And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 13. Is it your understanding that the photos that you took are contained on this specific disc?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Proposed Exhibit 13.
No objection.
People's 13 will be admitted, and I think that'll probably be a good point to break for the evening, and we can start with going through the photos in the morning.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay? 'Cause I don't think we'll get through everything we took in a couple minutes. So we're going to break for the evening, and hopefully nobody else has tire troubles tomorrow morning. I forgot to tell you last night, the juror badges that you have the court phone number on the back of it. So if you do run into a flat tire like I did this morning, or traffic that slows you down, just call us and let us know what your ETA is if you're running late, okay? Just so we have an idea of when you'll be there, okay? So leave reminders on the chairs. If you need to get something from the jury room, go ahead in there and get it. Otherwise, you can head out the front door.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.